in the vehicle in quite some time. So for you folks that are tuning in, bear with me because I haven't done one of these in the vehicle since probably last fall, maybe last winter. But the weather is starting to be permitting now. So I figured I'd come in shot at you folks from the car. So that's what we're doing today. Specifically, I could have done it from the makeshift studio, but I'm out and about. So I'm like, let me go ahead and do one from the vehicle. I'm trying to make sure I don't have this set to what do you call it, subscriber only, because I do not want it on subscriber only. So give me a second to make sure. I don't see how to undo that. So I'm trying to do that right now. Let me see, sub only. Okay, it's off, so we're good. Okay, so we're going to be talking about as the live is titled, judging the Trump economy. Promises made, promises kept. That's where we're going to go today. Promises made, promises kept. I know there's going to be some folks who may feel like they can visualize the angle this live is going to take. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're getting it completely wrong. But we are going to judge the Trump economy and potentially campaign promises because make no mistake about it, this is now officially the Trump economy. Generally, first few months of a presidency, the work, the efforts, the good shit, the bad, the fuck ups, all of that is still on the next guy. So you generally have a little bit of time before it's officially your economy. But because Trump has made such drastic decisions, probably in the name of tariff wars, this is certainly his economy. Because the tariffs have a lot to do with the economic performance right now. And there's nothing about that that can be tied to Joe Biden. So this is indeed Trump's economy. So we're going to talk about promises made, promises kept. How do you guys feel? The price of fuel appears to be coming down. If you listen to the right-wing media, I'm going to talk about it because there's a difference in media. We all know that. But right-wing media suggests the prices of eggs and groceries are even coming down. So how are you guys feeling economically? Are you starting to feel that with Trump promised to get us on a better track as opposed to the Biden economy, promises made, promises kept? He talked about doing a lot of stuff on day one. Obviously, day one is long since passed. But as long as he meets his goal, perhaps some folks are willing to overlook the fact that it didn't happen on day one, which is a hell of a promise to try to fulfill anyway. But I want to ask you folks, how are you feeling in terms of the Trump economy so far? It's early in the term. I get it. It's not even 3 months. It'll be 3 months on April 20th. Still quite early. But nevertheless, a lot has transpired since Trump has been in office. Do you think we're on a better path than perhaps a second coming of Joe Biden? Or even if Kamala Harris got elected, do you feel confident? Big Dog, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. Starting it out right. Thank you, Big Dog. Do you feel confident that we're doing considerably better economically than if we had voted in Joe Obama? Joe Mama said, that ain't good in the comments, says Joe Mama, and it made me say that. Joe Biden. Did I say it wrong? Damn, Joe Biden. So, to repeat this, do you feel confident that we are indeed on a better path to success, to financial glory with Trump in office than we would have been with Joe Biden or perhaps Kamala Harris in the White House? So we're going to talk about that. I want you to judge it. We're going to, normally I say the letter grade like we used to do in high school, but we're going to judge in regards to judging Trump on the economy. 4 choices so far on less than 3 months. So understand, however you feel right now, it may change. If you're feeling like it's not going well, it may become phenomenal. If you feel like it's phenomenal, things may change coming up with the tariffs. But what I want to ask you, given your 4 choices in regards to the Trump economy, you personally, number 1, delighted. I am delighted so far at the performance of the Trump economy. I am literally delighted at what he's done so far. That's the first one. Number 2, optimistic. Not quite delighted, but I have a hell of a lot of optimism that with Trump at the helm, things are about to go very well for us in this country. Number three, I'm a tad concerned. He's making decisions that I didn't necessarily favor, expect, and I'm not necessarily thinking that I'm concerned they may not turn out right. So number three is concerned. And last but not least, I'm feeling devastated. Maybe I was looking into opening up a small business. Maybe I have one. Maybe I'm going to retire in 4 or 5 years, and a hell of a lot of what I was planning on spending is gone. Feeling devastated. So those are your 4 choices in regards to how you're feeling right now, less than 3 months in, the Trump economy: delighted, optimistic, concerned, or feeling devastated. So we're going to talk about that. Also, I want to talk about the tariffs a little bit with you folks, hear your opinion on this. Long term, what do you think the effect of the tariffs will be? Because make no mistake about it, what Trump is doing in regards to the tariffs, trying to bring jobs back, trying to bring manufacturing back, doesn't happen overnight. I think we all know that does not happen overnight. So we're going to be talking about long term. You think it'll be a good thing for America long term? Or do you think, as we talked about, going from delighted all the way down to feeling devastated, the long-term effects of Trump's tariffs? And last but not least, we may or may not get into this topic, but I'm going to run it by you any damn way. No wars. Ending the existing wars. We're tackling it because Trump talked about it at just about every campaign rally. In fact, Trump suggested that the wars that are going on, the one in Gaza between the Palestinians and Israelis, I suppose with Hamas acting on behalf of the Palestinians, because Palestinians are the ones that's getting hammered. Make no mistake about it, Hamas attacked Israel, but the primary victims of Israel are Palestinians. It's not Hamas. It ain't enough of them. So we're talking about the war in Gaza, and we're going to be talking about the war in the Ukraine and Russia. That's still going on. That has not ended yet. Trump stated those wars would not have taken place if he was elected for a second term in 2020. And during his campaign, he promised that shit would be over with essentially overnight. Is there anyone that believes that even in 6 months from now, so another 3 months on top of the day, so we're talking July, do you think both of those wars will be over with in July? Because that'll be 6 months into its term. Do you feel confident that Gaza, that whole Israeli Gaza thing will be over with? Russia and Ukraine. Scale of 1 to 10. We'll go to the box after this, but scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Trump's going to get it done. How likely do you feel that come July, those wars will be over with? Remember, Trump said he could do 1 in 24 hours. On day 1, he talked about Gaza. In July, 6 months in, scale of 1 to 10, how likely are those wars to be done? Looking in the comments right off the bat, I only see one person. Douglas, you're all by yourself there, said a 10. Okay, you can't make promises on things you have no control over, says Tom. Yeah, some would suggest that, but he made a lot of promises on the war, so it is what it is. So looking in the comments, you guys know how the program is ran. I haven't been in a car in a long while due to the weather and all of that shit being here in the Midwest. Nevertheless, here we are today. I wanted to come run and talk to you folks. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We always are, always have been MAGA friendly, always will be that way. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So understand anybody's opinion may come through, and they can be critical of anyone in the comments, including the host. That's how free speech works. So looking in the comments right off the bat, and poor old Palestinian people won't have nothing else to war behind in a few months. Bullshit. As long as there are Palestinian people, they're going to have something to worry about. The only way you're going to stop the Palestinian people from having anything to worry about is to literally eradicate the earth of Palestinian people. Maybe that's what you are suggesting. All right, USA has never been better, says Dimitri. Wow. You think the United States currently is in the best position it's ever been? Wow, that's incredible. I said delightful. That might be above delightful. Let me go to the box. Best it's ever been, huh? Coach Briggs. Good evening, Coach. Welcome to the program. U.S. in the best position it's ever been. We can start there. What do you think about that, Coach?
Yeah, definitely not in the best position. Not at all.
Yeah. So how are you feeling about the Trump economy so far? I mean, it's only been 2.5 months, but how are you feeling?
I'm going to take a little bit of both. I'm going to say optimistically concerned.
Whoa, you got to explain that.
Well, I'm saying the optimistic part of me is we haven't went far enough with the tariffs to see exactly what's going to happen. We've listened to experts, but, you know, experts are not always right.
True.
So we haven't went far enough. The concern part is, I think, whether it's an overreaction or underreaction, I think we have less than a year to find out the outcome of the tariffs, because if they continue to cause the havoc that they're causing, I think the American people at some point, and even some of the Congress is going to start to push
You
back.
really believe that the Republican Congress is likely to push back against Trump?
And let me tell you why. Because midterms are a thing.
They're a thing now. They're not going to be a thing. If you don't push back now and you wait until 2026 bestows upon us, and that's when you decide, it may be too late by then. Remember when Biden decided to finally secure the border in his third year? People said it's too late by now.
Yeah, but you have you seen these town halls already?
Yeah. So
and I mean, it's gonna be more people, more MAGA friendly people that are gonna be finding out some of these things are gonna be hurting them. So I think some of these senators and representatives, when they go home, they're gonna feel the wrath. And my question is, are they gonna feel the wrath sooner than later?
Yeah, but that's the point that I'm trying to make is you should be feeling that now. I mean, you say that sooner or later they're going to. I mean, if you don't see the town halls all over television, you don't see people complaining, farmers and things like that complain. You should be at that point now. That shouldn't be something in the future.
Well, you can be at that point, but a lot of this stuff, understand, and I know you more than anybody understand, a lot of this stuff is already stopped in litigation.
The tariffs?
A lot of the things he's wanting to do have been tabled to a certain extent.
Give me some examples.
Well, the deals with cutting Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. I mean, none of that has started yet.
Yeah, but you said
stop. He's going to have a fight.
You said stopped, maybe halted, but it hasn't been stopped. You said it's been stopped.
Well, yeah, halted. It hasn't took it. It's not like someone's gotten their Social Security check and it's already cut. It's not like someone has went to the doctor and went and pulled out the Medicaid card and said, we're not taking it. Until that actually happens to someone, you know.
Let me ask it to you this way: now you're talking about until this Social Security and Medicare cuts actually happens to someone? Do you believe, in your opinion, that the Trump administration is at least trying to cut those programs?
Yeah, I actually do.
Okay, so you're suggesting that until it actually happens? I mean, so you admit they're trying. That's like somebody trying to take your life. Well, you ain't took it yet. I mean, so you do admit that they are a dagger to those programs. So, go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, we already see that they're trying to put obstacles in front of him. They're already trying to.
Yeah, but why should you have to put?
What he's trying to do.
Why should you have to put obstacles in front of a president from cutting your Social Security? Why is he trying to do that?
Well, you shouldn't have to, and let's be real. I don't really understand MAGA. The point that I don't understand MAGA, and this is some of the people right here in North Carolina, where I'm from, that it's mind-boggling to me.
Okay, so you didn't vote for Trump?
No.
Okay, I thought you had voted for him. Okay, keep going.
No, this is the mind-boggling part to me, and basically, I can tell you the kicker for me was I'm a disabled veteran, 100% disabled veteran.
Thank you for your service, by the way.
Yes, I absolutely believe that he is definitely going to try to stop Social Security disability for veterans because he is going to try to take that Social Security check away from us. I 100% believe that. And any veteran that doesn't think that, you lost your mind. But that's what I cannot understand. And allow me to embellish for a second.
Sure.
And I'm gonna go back a little bit. I was in the store here in North Carolina, and I heard these two MAGA guys talking, and they were literally slamming the Affordable Care Act, but they were calling it Obamacare the whole time.
Yeah.
And both of them were in the marketplace. So they were slamming the Obamacare, not knowing that the Affordable Care Act is exactly what they had.
So they're going against something that they're actually using.
Right. So saying that, it's almost the same. I have people in my community who are diehard MAGA who literally have Medicaid and Medicare. I don't understand it.
Well, speaking of not understanding, this is a comment in the comment section I see here. I just want to run this by you. This is coming from somebody calling themselves just simply the letter A. They say people of color should absolutely be embarrassed to have voted for Trump. Do you see any issue? I mean, a person of color that might like Trump, do you think they're voting against their own best interest like this person is alluding to?
I would say this, and I'll get lambasted again for this.
Free speech.
You have what my mother, what my grandmother, what my parents went through to give us the right to vote. You have the right to vote for anyone you want to.
Fact.
I don't know how your life is. I don't know what your best interests are. So we all have the freedom to vote. We all have the right to vote. Vote for whatever you want to. That's just the way I feel. I voted for my first time ever being able to vote. I voted for HW.
Wow.
And I got it from both sides. People, what do you mean you voted for HW? I was in the military.
I heard somebody else say that. I mean, because you said your first time, so that would have been right in during the Desert Shield, Desert Storm era, I assume. And a lot of folks said the same thing, that they felt HW was better towards those in the military.
Yeah, he came to Charleston, had a speech. I was getting more BAQ from my family. I was getting hazardous duty pay.
You were also going to, but he was also sending you to war as well.
Well, I was prepared. I mean, I signed up to serve. I didn't sign up hoping that I didn't go to war. I knew what I was signing up
for. You didn't sign up hoping that you did go to war, did you?
Well, no, but I was prepared.
Okay.
I knew the consequences of what I was doing.
No, I agree. I understand that. I'm just simply saying you don't sign up and you're like, well, if they send me to a useless war, I'm okay with it because that's part of the game. I mean, you don't sign up, hoping your leaders send you to a war unnecessarily because we do die in wars.
Yeah, I definitely didn't sign up hoping to go, but if it came, I was prepared.
You're prepared, okay.
And that's with any commander-in-chief, doesn't matter who it is.
Right. Now, what you're talking about, Trump touching things like the VA benefits and Social Security and things like that, Johnny 11 in the comments asked a good point. Why would Trump touch Social Security? Why do you think he's going to mess with that? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, I think with the military, and I can only speak for the veteran side of it. The things that cause my body to break down and that's why I ended up getting my disability benefits. It also caused me to end up losing or not being able to perform a job where I was making, you know, six figures. So I had paid into my Social Security disability. I personally don't think it's fair. I don't think he's going to touch the VA benefit.
But Social Security.
I think in his mind, he think you're double dipping because you're earning the money that you actually work to get, and we're paying you VA benefits.
So what are you suggesting? What are people who are getting VA benefits? He doesn't want to give you Social Security benefits.
Absolutely, that's what I think.
Wow,
that's what I feel.
So
I feel he would come after us first.
Go after the veterans first.
I'm telling you, I just think because once they start into entitlements, I think so. I mean, you already cut the Veterans Administration. It was so many. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, suffered from Agent Orange.
Mine too.
Yeah, and took forever for him to get benefits, night sweats, everything. Took forever for him to get anything. And he got it on the backside of living through everything he had to go through. He had this stuff that was peeling the skin off and everything. Nowhere it came from. Didn't give him anything. And spots on his liver, it's just a bunch. And he's on the backside, and now they say, okay, now we're going to take care of you.
Mm. But, you know, Elon, working on behalf of Trump and with Doge, proclaimed he's trying to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Like Samantha Anderson in the comments says, he will never cut veterans' benefits. He's just trying to get rid of waste. You're sounding like you think it may go further than that.
I think it'll go further. First of all, let's all take a pause on a person who's not an American citizen, who was born in South Africa and was raised during apartheid, where they got rid of everything. This is the guy.
Talk about Elon.
Come on now. This is the guy that's going to cut. Okay, yeah, he definitely. If he cuts the way that he was raised seeing cuts, we're certainly in trouble.
There's a lot of people that like Elon, though, Coach. A lot of folks that think Elon is doing a good job, including Trump.
Yeah, well, do their research on South Africa and the apartheid, and then come back and see if that's how they want us to be.
Wow. That's a frightening picture. So, now I asked you earlier if, like the first person in the comments said, a person of color voting against Trump is voting against their own best interest. But it sounds like what you're saying is veterans who voted for Trump might be voting for their, voting against their own best interest. If you're a veteran, is what you sound like you're saying.
They very well might be, and I do feel that way. It's been said before, and then on top of that, it's obvious. Why would you attack or cut the Veterans Administration when you already know we have veterans suffering now? We can't get appointments. We can't get appointments outside of the hospital through community care because it's horrible. They don't have enough people to finish claims and stuff. Yet that department is one of the ones that you want to fire people from. Make sense.
Well, apparently they perceive there's some kind of waste there, some kind of fraud, some kind of abuse. They believe that the Veterans Administration is not being ran properly and that I suppose they're cutting parts of it that we don't need.
And that's another thing about the cutting of the parts. Is he able to, have they shown any reasoning, legitimate reasoning for why they're cutting it and the legitimate waste? Have they shown any of that?
In some cases they've made, not in the VA, but in some of this other stuff, transgender monkeys and all this other crazy shit. I mean, in some of these cases they've made claims, but I don't know if they've even said any reason why they're making cuts in the VA. I haven't heard anything.
And this is one thing I wanted to run by you too. because I've been following you for a long time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
What do you think? Is this what he wanted to do in 2016? Just didn't have the opportunity to do it, or I mean, because everything he's doing now, he could have did in 2016.
Yeah. I gotta move on, but I will answer your question on the other side. That's a really good question. I'll tackle it immediately. But Coach, thank you for coming through. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program real quick. Yeah, the answer is yes. I think there's been a host of members that served under Trump in his first administration that stated, yeah, he was trying to do this stuff. And there were members of his administration that were pushing back constantly, up to and including even some of the tariffs. He was being told, go slow and things like that. I forgot who, I mean, if you look at everybody from Scaramucci on down, Chris Christie, most of his first administration are doing podcasts. They're appearing on programs like Meet the Press this week with George Stephanopoulos. Mike Pence occasionally Mike Pence will tweet or X out stuff. They're saying it. They actually are saying it. Chris Christie stated that Trump's first term, he had a hell of a lot of people that were pushing back, and those type of folks on his second administration do not exist. Chris Christie refers to the current Trump administration as men who say yes, sir. That's it. They don't push back. So the answer is yeah. He was trying to do a lot of it. They just wouldn't accept it. We know he was trying to run for another term because Mike Pence stopped that whole melee. By the way, before I go to the next caller, Bill Maher of HBO fame sat down with President Trump this week via Kid Rock. Kid Rock, a friend of Trump and a friend of Bill Maher. Now, Bill Maher's a leftist, somewhat of a centrist, but a leftist. Kid Rock hooked him up. And I would invite you to go on YouTube and look that up. Bill Maher has an 11-minute monologue on his meeting with Trump. And it is nothing, according to Bill Maher, Trump is nothing in person like what you see on TV. Nothing like that. And of course, he also said that Trump admitted to him that he lost the election. Didn't even deny it. So it's a very good watch. It's about 11 minutes long. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, all these people that were close to Trump aren't lying about him. MAGA is in denial. It's facts only. Wow. I'll leave it at that. Looking in the comments real quick, those are establishment. You know, Papa Onaya Shelley, I don't know what is establishment and what is not. I mean, based on my analysis, after, considering I've been doing this now for several years, at least from the MAGA side of the aisle, you're either MAGA or you're the mainstream media, some kind of establishment or something like that. You're either MAGA or you are a rhino or a liberal. I mean, it's just a very closed society almost. I don't know on that one, because the minute you criticize or say something negative about Trump, you're one of them. You're just one of them. And so I don't really know always how to handle that. I don't think Trump admitted lost, but that's how the guest took it. Okay. Well, Bill Maher said he used the word lost in regards to the 2020 election. Not only did Bill Maher say Trump used the word lost, he said he asked him, he's like, wow, I wasn't expecting you to say that. So you got to watch the Bill Maher interview. Remember, Bill Maher is a leftist, and he's talked about Trump wanting to steal a third term. And I mean, Bill Maher's attacked Trump like crazy. Trump has attacked Bill Maher like crazy. So for Bill Maher to go on TV and say he had a really civilized meeting with Trump, and most of the way Bill Maher describes Trump in regards to their meeting is positive. So understand that. You need to watch it. It's really good. Looking in the comments, though, they have a 3-month review every 3 months and a yearly. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. It's truth versus propaganda. No, it's not. Shelley, I think that is about to say Papa's O'Kelly. Papa O'Neill, that is not true. Is that you watch right-wing media, all that's true. Mainstream media, all of that is propaganda. No, you're just biased. If you sit around watching Fox News all day and you think you're watching the truth, you're watching Newsmax all day and you think you're watching the truth, I can't watch that CNN and MSNBC. How many hundreds of millions of dollars has MSNBC or CNN lost for telling lies on air? Fox lost $750 million. So you're getting propaganda from both sides. You're not getting the truth. Yes, critical thinking independent. So going back to the next caller, we're talking about judging the Trump economy. Only 2.5 months in. Normally this would still be the Biden's economy. But Trump has made some significant moves. So there's no denying this is the Trump economy we are in right now. For the most part, not only the tariffs and all this other shit, he's kind of erased all of the footsteps of Biden anyway. Biden's traces of Biden on the American economy are kind of like footsteps on the beach during high tide. He's kind of washed in, and it almost feels, at least in my opinion, you can state otherwise in the comments if you disagree, but it kind of feels like Biden never was in office. Kind of feels like we had 4 years of Trump, and then we just Trump kind of took a back seat and wasn't running in a controversial way, held a little less speeches, but was still running the country. And then he got reelected in 2024. It really feels like we kind of had Trump in power for the last 12 years. Or he's working on year 9, going into 12 years. Because even when Biden was president, Trump had a hell of a lot of control over the right side of the aisle. So it really feels like Trump has never left office. Looking in the comments, Biden was a shell. Damn, Sheila. Do you believe tariffs are a strong long-term solution for the economy, and why? That's a good question. I think they can be. I think they absolutely can be. However, I think you can go overboard as well. This whole dick measuring contest between Trump and Xi Jinping, no, that ain't going to be anything positive. It's just not. I mean, to me, that might invite one of these countries to start fucking around and starting wars and conflicts with the interests of the other one. Right now, I'm assuming China's like, fuck it, Taiwan is really looking good right now. It's really looking good right now. So we can talk about, if Trump had dropped to 10% across the board, that's possible. That could have been really good for America, because I think most of the businesses around the world would have probably been able to adjust to a 10%. But he went ape shit. He went way above 10% on just about every country on the free world, even if they didn't have civilization occupying the country. So it could, is the answer. Looking in the comments, or better yet, going to the box, we'll continue on. How are you feeling about what's going on so far? Miss Mo Better. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Miss Mo Better, good evening.
Good evening, Tim. Hold on. I gotta show my picture. I like to show my face. I want y'all to know that I am not a bot.
They don't make bots that sound like sisters, not yet. So the minute you start talking like
that kind of nerve yet, Tim.
Yeah, the minute you start talking like you're black, you ain't got. There's no bot that sounds like that. I want my Samuel L. Jackson bot.
No, they be calling us ghetto and all kind of other shit. But
yeah,
you know that shit don't phase us one way or another.
I'm gonna tell you this, just being candid, and I always enjoy you coming on. I enjoy the few sisters I have that tune in. I've never had a black woman on the program that somebody in the comments didn't refer to as ghetto. You're gonna get it. It's just part of the show.
I know. Listen, I'm that ghetto chick that got tough skin. And a slick tongue too.
Ooh. Nothing wrong with a good tongue. So speaking of,
all right, let's stick to the program.
We are. Speaking of,
I'm talking to myself now. That's what I'm talking to myself.
Okay, well let's get at it, as Chris Cuomo would say. So, in regards to the Trump economy, I gave 4 words. We only two and a half months or so in. The 4 choices: delighted, optimistic, concerned, or feeling devastated. How are you looking at it so far? Even though we know it could change, but optimistic, or better yet, delighted about his performance so far. Optimistic, concerned, feeling devastated.
He gets an effing performance, and it's G. The last one. I don't have time for optimism because we're seeing these things in real time. We don't have time for optimism. Oh, well, just give it a chance. What, I'm supposed to be on the breadline before it snaps back?
Wow.
Oh, I'm supposed to lose my retirement before it all snaps back?
But I'm hearing that Trump is an incredibly successful businessman. We need the country to be ran by a businessman. He had a good economy the first term. Why are you thinking it's going to be so bad the second?
Because you see everything that they give him accolades for is things that he's inherited. Listen, he didn't get started out with $10,000, a $400 million. If you fuck that up, then you're a real loser.
You're talking about him saying he started out with a small loan from his dad.
From his daddy. $400 million is not a small loan.
No.
That's people don't ever see that in their lifetimes.
Well, he claims it was only $1 million, which still kind of fits the narrative of what you just said, though.
Well, you know how he do. Anything to inflate himself and big himself up or put himself above everything else, he's going to do it. That's why he has such small vocabulary. It's bigly, the best, and that's what his IQ is.
What are you trying to tell me, that Trump is not intelligent? The guy is a multi-billionaire. You're telling me he's not even intelligent?
He's good at conning. That I can give him. He knows his way around the loopholes.
I don't know, Miss Mobetta.
That's what worked for him. It's finding his way. He is not a 34-time convicted felon because he followed the rules.
I'm hearing he's a 34-time convicted felon because the liberals were making up shit to try to put him in jail and prevent him from running.
How did they know who was liberal or whatever on the panel? He got convicted by a jury of his peers, not by no one person.
Yeah, but they're suggesting that if he was a regular Joe Schmo businessman, those charges would have never came at him in the first place.
Well, maybe not. That could be very well true.
So then it's a witch hunt.
However, you're held to a different standard when you're in certain positions. That's like you have men out here on the street with 4 and 5 women and all of that stuff, but in front of his name and watch them expose him. So again, when you're representing an entire country, when you have, of course, all of that dirt is going to come out. Yeah. And they're going to talk all that shit, but those same people had a fit because Obama wore a tan suit.
Yeah, the tan suit.
They tried to come out in there.
Yeah, the
tan suit said, because he was smoking cigarettes. Oh, what kind of representation is that? Yeah. Listen, Trump was a hoe. He was cheating on every one of his wives. He buried one of them on his golf course to keep from paying taxes. So you tell me that he don't know his way around it. He's good at conning. He's good at weaseling his way out of things. Even out of the draft, he dodged that. But what he does, though, what I give him, he has a good sales pitch. He has a good pitch because he got a lot of people to buy into him, to buy into his foolishness. Because now look, MAGA, he wants to bring half of those migrants back here. You know why? Because all of his cronies that owns those businesses were relying on those people.
He wants to bring half what?
He wants to bring the migrants back. He said because somebody has to run the hotels and the fields.
Is this for real?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I'm not making that up. You go type that when you're in front of your computer.
No, I don't have all my equipment here. I got all my cameras.
You type that up, and you're gonna see somebody has to run the field, somebody has to run the hotels, and you know he's the king of flip flop. I'm gonna reel your ass in, and then I'm gonna drop the bomb. No, I didn't want to deport all of those people, but I had to make it look good because this is what I ran my campaign on.
Now, see in the comments, Scott Kelly on YouTube said the Second Chance Act. I have not heard of this. This is funny. So you kick these folks out, break all these families up, and like, well, shit, I made a mistake. I need some of y'all back.
Mm-hmm. Like
wow.
Manipulating the stock market and stuff the other day. It went way up. Broke records on going way up, and it went way down the following day. Look at Japan. They selling off bonds. They're one of our biggest purchasers.
Yeah, I'm aware that the bond market is one of the reasons why Trump imposed a 90-day suspension to begin with. And I will say this for my beloved my MAGA viewers, that is what probably is the biggest detriment to Trump is the constant flip-flopping. Pick what you're going to do and just do that. When you're constantly going back and forth, it looks like you really are just kind of trying shit out with millions of people in limbo. I mean, if the tariffs are good, impose the tariffs.
How far I can get away with that. Let me see how far I can go with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's his followers bought into. Oh, he's gone. But yeah, that same border that he claimed he closed and all kind of shit. He want to bring them same people back over here.
Would you come back?
If I had no other way or no other means of support, maybe yes. But other than that, I'm like, no, we're going to go home and make do. Now, see, I just want to go back a little bit when people was talking about what Kamala didn't do. We spent money to go down across the border to those people to teach them how to farm and be self-sufficient, and she told them not to come here.
Yeah, she did. I do.
But MAGA don't want to talk about stuff like that. She told those people don't come here.
Yeah, I do remember that because I was playing that on my TikTok channel. That video of her saying "Don't come." She did say that. She did say that. Wow.
And see, this is the thing. He's around here. When he got on TV talking about people was calling and wanting to kiss his ass, people don't take kindly to those kinds of talk and rhetoric. Not any people in foreign countries like China and stuff. Do you know how they run their people?
That's a good point. Dictators
are going to take that from you.
That's a good point. Dictators demand respect to the point where they will kill you if they don't get it. And here Trump is, Trump is just embarrassing.
They'll off them if they have too many damn babies and shit. Like, come on. You don't get on there and talk about, the many countries calling me, kissing my ass, and then the next day he gonna say, well, let me just slow down a little bit. The damage was already done. Now people don't respect you. Now the trust is out the window. How are we gonna build that trust back up?
But let me ask you this.
We're not gonna tax you. We're not gonna give you that tariff.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I see Anglefan Gaming in the comments. Anglefan News says all the countries are coming to the table except for China. Now Trump has indicated that all of these countries are coming to the table looking to negotiate. Some folks are saying they don't necessarily buy that, and I'm kind of in the air on that. Do you believe that?
You know why, Tim? Because those little bitty countries, they talk about coming to the table, what are they, 2% trade or maybe even less? China is our biggest GDP. They're the biggest people that we trade with right now, other than Japan and the bonds.
Yeah, when I mentioned
those other people are nothing. We really don't depend on them for a lot of anything.
Yeah, I mentioned Bill Maher earlier in the program, and he covered this also on his show last night on HBO or whatever. He said Trump is saying that all of these countries are coming to the table. He said, but the countries themselves are not saying it. Go ahead.
No, I was laughing. I said nobody said it but him.
Right. Mexico has television. Canada, you can get Canadian news. None of their on their networks, none of them are saying it. They're in negotiations with Trump. It's just him saying it.
It's him. Tim, when I told you before, the power of life and death lies in the tongue. Every time he opens his mouth, he causes some type of detriment. Like you get on national TV talk about, they gonna kiss my ass and all of that stuff. Come on, people don't take kindly to words like that, to talk like that. And first of all, that's poor representation.
Yeah, I can't.
We was like China. Listen, we like TikTok and we like Temu.
Well, remember we in Sheen and all of them. Remember when he told Zelensky, "You don't have the cards." Maybe he believes that out of all of these countries, America's the only country that holds all the cards.
Well, and that's another thing, Tim. I don't know who's behind him talking. We know he doesn't take real advice from people. He doesn't listen to the experts. He doesn't listen to people that have the actual experience because he's so egotistical that I'd rather it fail than to take your advice.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, listen, all you got to do is close your mouth and listen.
Sound like something my ex-wife would have told me. Before I let you go though, last question, because this is going to be on the mind, particularly of my MAGA side of the aisle. Do you think Kamala Harris or Joe Biden would have did any damn better if they had the power?
Listen, it might have went. I don't know if it's better or worse, but it would have been different. To say anything else, it would be a whole speculation. It might have been different. Now, like when you were saying his followers and everybody talk about he had a good economy or whatever. Yes, he inherited a great economy, but when it was time for him, the president, he dropped the damn ball. So when we was coming off a global pandemic, this country was suffering at all across the board. It took a lot for Biden and them to get that economy back up from the pandemic. And we are currently still operating under Trump's tax plan.
So comparing Trump's first term to the term of Biden, who do you think did it better?
That's hard to say, Tim, because again, Biden, when he came into office, it was a global pandemic. He had people dying.
Yeah, but Trump but being fair, Trump had to deal with a pandemic as well.
How many people were affected by it? 8. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay, outside of the pandemic, what about just running the country?
And this is another thing too, because Obama left him the playbook when it comes to, and didn't he fire all those people?
Well, you know, that's a good point. Now, you said did he fire all those people? Because my last caller asked, was Trump trying to do this stuff during the first term? There you go. He was already firing people. Yeah, he was trying to do it.
But the thing was, he was firing things just to cancel anything that had Obama's name on it.
And he's doing it now. And he's doing it now for anything that got Biden's name on it.
Got Biden's name
he's doing
it
now.
See, and that's the problem is the reason why it's hard for us to, because you do these things without a backup plan. How can we trust that? You don't have a backup plan. So now we want to see what happens when Elon has to go in front of the committee. What, on April 22nd? He has to go. So now the rumor has it that Trump wants to put out martial law on April 20th, starting April 20th.
What the fuck?
Like I said, rumor has it.
That's
so
a
terrible
rumor.
Right?
That's a terrible rumor.
Yeah, well, see, this is what I'm saying. He's trying to prepare things because once Elon go in front of that committee and he come up with some fuck shit, people are going to start taking to the streets.
This is less than 2 weeks, Miss Mobetta.
What that got to do with anything? Timing don't mean nothing to them.
I'm sitting in my car eating fucking donuts. I'm sitting for
less than 90 days and the country's already fucked up.
I'm sitting in my car eating fucking donuts talking to you folks. And you telling me martial law in less than 2 weeks? Damn.
I'm telling you, that's a rumor. Like I said, rumor has it. That's what
I hope that rumor is wrong. I gotta go. That's frightening.
I hope so too, because what happens is if you are a pew owner and stuff like that, you better hide them, because what's gonna happen is martial law can come take all of that stuff.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't even think MAGA's gonna deal with that. I gotta go.
He wants to start something big. He wants something with his name on it that's very big, because the stuff he's doing now is so negative and he sees it. I need to do something real big.
I think you gotta be crazy.
I don't underestimate a fool. Believe that.
You think he wants his name on martial law? You gotta be crazy. You don't really believe that, do you?
Why? He's canceling the Smithsonian. He wants to get rid of Harriet Tubman name. Why wouldn't he put a fourth martial law? What would stop him from doing that, Tim? I'll wait.
I gotta go.
Okay.
Bye. Miss Mobetta, that is frightening. That is, I hope she is wrong in every sort of the way. I'm assuming, by the way, if yes or no in the comments, you guys all think she's wrong, right? Anybody agree with her, yes or no? I hope she is wrong. She speaks the truth, spelled TROOF. Wow, Tom, Ron, you really think that's the case, huh? Not only is it the truth, it's the truth. Man, I hope that martial law? No, in less than 2 weeks. MAGA ain't shit, says Will G. Says Candace Owens is trying to get her black card back, and Nick Fuentes calling Jason Whitlock a token. It's Christmas in the springtime. You know, I saw the Candace Owens thing. Candace Owens is probably never going to get that card back. I mean, wasn't she just talking about pardoning the killer of George Floyd a few weeks ago? Candace Owens is kind of one of those, you know, what is the song Kendrick Lamar sang at the Super Bowl about not being like us? It ain't going to happen. It ain't gonna happen. She can go hang out with Kanye again. But Will G continues on by saying Trump ain't shit, firing the CDC, Center for Disease Control, cruise line inspectors. Good luck trusting the cruise liners. I was planning on going on one of those to keep everything sanitized. If anyone wants to go on a cruise. Why? Damn. Firing the Center for Disease Control, according to Will here, has fired the cruise line inspectors. Really? You know, that's one of the main reasons why I have always advocated for free speech and make sure I hold a program where everybody gets to speak, because I've made it clear from day one, I don't have all the answers. I'm not ever going to pretend to be a know-it-all. I learn a lot from you folks. And I hear a lot of things that I have not heard, such as this shit right here. Is that true? Firing the cruise line inspectors, because obviously you don't want illnesses and diseases floating around on a cruise ship. You could end up, the entire, everybody that's on a cruise ship can get sick. I mean, you're breathing through the same ventilation system, you're fucking around with the same food, and, you're having buffets and all of that. Why would he get rid of them? I haven't heard that, but now I want to look it up because I do plan on going on a cruise soon. Continued on, of course, it would have to be better with Biden and or Harris. We've had straight growth since they took over after the pandemic. Now Trump is fucking it up. Well, in defense of Trump, it's only been 2.5 months, and we have yet to see what the tariffs will actually do, which is also the second question we're asking on this live is, what do you think the long-term effect of the Trump tariffs will be? Jobs in manufacturing returning to the country? Salaries, potentially going up? Or do you see something more sinister like America, where we learn to live from a more impoverished state? Keep in mind, we're at the top globally in terms of quality of life financially for the typical citizen. Most other countries, the citizens have less financially than we do. There might be a handful of countries here or there, but for the most part, if you live in America, financially, you're doing better than most other citizens in other countries on earth. But if the tariffs, all this shit go wrong, perhaps we could end up going down some. What do you think? Or do you think that under Trump, with these tariffs, it's going to bring a lot of jobs, manufacturing back, and we'll get even wealthier? Because that is what Trump is suggesting. So look it in the comments. Me too. I don't give a hell what you say. Okay, you guys are going at it in the comments. This is one of the main reasons why you should stop asking and fact check. Well, I would do that if I was in my makeshift studio. I don't have the laptop in front of me, and I don't have Google in front of me. I just have all of you folks. And that's where we go with some of this stuff. So, but certainly what has been said so far, I will fact check some of that. I want those sweatshop jobs from China. Children in Florida will cheer. I'll go to the next caller here, but that is a great point to make, because folks believe that, manufacturing is going to come back and all of this. And that is a point to be raised. Do you really want to sit next to somebody else in a hot factory, stitching shoes, or putting resistors in, or putting small components in phones all day long? Or you just do that over and over? Do you really want to do that? I've had those jobs myself when I was in school, because I had one of my college degrees is I have an associate's in electronics. I've had a job where my job was to solder a resistor or solder an upgrade. Sometimes it was a whole little microprocessor board, to solder it into cable boxes. I've had that job where you do that all day long. It is boring as fuck. The only benefit is you got something, wired headphones or something you could put on, but you are literally soldering all day long. It is a boring job. I don't know. Do Americans want those type of jobs? And as I stated, we're talking about at least something like what I was doing required at least a little bit of an education, because you needed to know electronic schematics and things like that. But sweatshop jobs are even less. Are Americans lined up wanting to do that shit? So moving on to the next caller. Did you get paid? Yeah, I got paid. Barely. I think I was making $8 an hour back in 92, somewhere back then. It was like $8 an hour. I mean, wasn't bad. I was a very young lad back then, but that was a job still for somebody who had somewhat of an education. Most manufacturing factory jobs, you don't even need an education. You might be just putting stuff in boxes, folding the box tops over and using masking tape and going on to the next box. You may do that all day long. Going back to it was a back in the day type job. Yeah, a lot of that stuff they don't have now. Continuing on with Stick, the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. The Trump economy. How you feeling? You feeling delighted, optimistic?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tim. Ain't nothing changed over here, and we told MAGA that nothing on the liberal/democratic side would change, other than the people that are affected by his shenanigans. Let's just call it that way.
Well,
they dropped new guidelines. You can't cuss anymore.
What do you mean you can't cuss?
Yeah, they TikTok dropped new guidelines, and everybody's live. They're asking people not to cuss because that'll get you, booted.
I've been cussing all damn day.
I guess with the exception of damn and hell and stuff like that,
I ain't heard no shit like that. Fuck them. Let's see what happens. Anyway, so let's see what happens. I'm for free speech, but I can't control what the apps do, so I get it. I try to avoid some of the words like, Adolf's last name or, sexual assault towards women, what they call that. Some of the words I know do trigger it, but swear words? Wow, they've gotten light. Man, swear words?
Well, what they're doing is they're trying to go back to the original TikTok, which was a kids app. Because guess what? Pretty soon we probably not going to have it anymore. I don't think they're going to sell it. So, but back to this economy thing, though, Tim.
Hold on, before you get into that, real quick, let me get this quick rant a little bit. If TikTok does go down, for any of you folks that may have Clapper or Instagram, that's where the program will be. We'll still be able to do live. We'll still take callers. YouTube won't be affected. So that's what, if it ever goes down and you're wondering, well, does he still do that? Get the Clapper app, get Instagram. I do have Rumble. Everything is called the same thing, the Handsome Liberal. So we'll still be on all of those. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't asked that at all today. Get me on up to about 35, 40,000, THOU. Tap the screen. Feel free to smash that on YouTube as well. Get the likes on up. Go ahead there, Stick.
Okay, so on to the economy. And I heard you say earlier that in any other case or with any other president, we'd still be in the Joe Biden economy, correct?
Right.
But for some odd reason, we've stuck our foot in our mouths when we were talking before the election, when we were saying nothing was Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden can't control prices. Joe Biden can't control inflation. Joe Biden can't do this. Joe Biden can't do that. Well, he could have if he would have did what Trump did. So now we can say that presidents can, influence certain prices and certain things because, hey, if you put a tariff on there by way of executive order, then we've all seen the fallout. So that has been put to bed because Trump has made it true. Presidents can affect prices.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, also too, I don't think any president was willing to go as far as Trump has with executive orders. I mean, Biden probably could have brought down prices of eggs and things like that if he had the power of the pen the way Trump does, whereas Trump has a Congress that's not going to get in the way of anything. So let's say the price of eggs shot up under Biden. If he had the power of Trump, he could pass some kind of executive order where they just create a whole new chicken farm where they all sterilize so you don't have to worry about the bird flu and just the price of eggs would go down. I mean, he could have done so much more if he didn't. Because Trump is acting almost with impunity. If Biden could have done that, who knows where we could have went.
Well, Trump is more like the founder, the one that founded the McDonald's. I mean, he told the guy at McDonald's, man, I'm not a gee, God, shucks type of guy. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I seen something I wanted, and I took it. That's Trump. He's another Ray Kroc. The guy that took the McDonald's name and told them boys, you can't even use the name no more. You've been walking around all your life, and your last name is McDonald. But because this man done took your business, he said you can't use your last name in any type of business. See, that's the type of man that Donald Trump is. It's no more the United States. It's America now.
No, Trump, listen, a lot of folks like Trump because of that stuff. I mean, it's no longer the Gulf of Mexico either. It's the Gulf of America. A lot of people like that. He actually comes across like a boss.
No, he actually comes across like a damn idiot. But, when idiots tend to agree, the idiotic stuff ends up happening. So it is what it is. They don't like me saying, majority of MAGA is idiots, because I'm not going to say all of them are idiots, but
why do you even say majority? Why would you even say majority of MAGA are idiots? These are your neighbors. These are people you work with. These are Americans. Why do you say majority of them are idiots?
They voted against their own best interest, and I ain't even talking about the black ones. I'm talking about all of them. I mean, because some of them are veterans. You voted for Trump. You voted against your best interest. Some of them are in the LGBTQ community. You voted for Trump. You voted in your best, against your best interest.
That one I wholeheartedly agree on. I don't understand how anybody that's a member of the LGBTQ community. Only way you would, because we know Caitlyn Jenner, formerly known as Bruce, voted for Trump, and it's like, I mean, they put your ugly ass on a magazine. They were welcoming to you. And you would have voted for Trump, who doesn't even want to recognize your existence. That makes no sense to me at all.
So again, that's why I say the idiot word. That's why I'm using that word, for the simple fact the optics are this. Everybody's always talking about the optics, the optics, the optics. So the optics is right now, he did the tariffs, right? And the stock market plunged, right? Then the other optic is he told everybody, hey, now is the time to buy, because he knew he was going to come out, maybe about 4 hours later and say,
and make that decision.
I'm going to halt the tariffs. Yeah, I'm going to halt the
tariffs.
But
hold on. Let me. And you're right about that. And I think they're going to have a hearing or something like that. They're asking for an investigation on whether he was on,
right.
But I want you to, because you mentioned the veterans in the comments, because I've seen a couple folks. Timothy Richner stated this is what it sounds like when you're misinformed. But Jose, and his name is Jose, is saying this. Jose says, you already know when I say that. But his name is Jose. Jose says veterans love Trump. The hell are you talking about? Veterans are overwhelmingly conservative, suggesting that what you're saying makes no sense because the vets love Trump.
I'm going to tell you, just like, anybody would tell somebody that's their son or somebody that needs a little knowledge. Everybody is a little conservative.
True.
Everybody.
True.
I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, all the way left leaning, all the way right leaning. You're conservative because you want a job, you want to work, you want to do right by your children, you want to do right with your last name. Everybody is conservative, all the way to the last dope dealer. They want a name for themselves, and they want to buy turkeys and do right for the hood. See, this is how it used to be. So again, everybody is conservative, but at the end of the day, when you look at the moves that Trump is making with the veterans, with the LGBT community, and with any other marginalized community, they're being affected. The black community, I haven't even spoken on the black community. Why mess with Harriet Tubman?
They claim it in defense of Trump. They do claim that was an error.
Well, they say it was an error. Did they fix it?
Yeah. They put it back on there. Yeah, they did the same thing with the Tuskegee Airmen. And I think they kind of did something and removed. I don't know why well-known accomplishments of black people seem to be disappearing during the Trump administration, but they do seem to address the outcry and put some of them back. But I don't know. Yeah, I do have an opinion. Let me not fuck around. But I don't know why they're doing it.
I mean, come on, Tim. Again, it's obvious. It's obvious why they're doing it. They're trying to make us forget or make the next two generations forget on what happened. And, they won't have to hear our screams, our cries. They won't have to tell their kids what happened. And their kids won't feel some type of way about their grandparents and their great-grandparents. So this is where we're at. They feel some type of way. That's why he said he has to do something about the white sentiment in America.
He did say that. I covered that. Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, This is the plan. This is the plan. It's been the plan the whole time.
But can
especially
we?
when you have the Heritage Foundation behind it.
But can we complain about taking down African Americans that were considered heroes? If now Eric in the comments makes a point. You're going to complain about taking down, Harriet Tubman or the Tuskegee Airmen or accomplishments like, what is the baseball player? Jackie Robinson too came down. But he points out, but it's okay to take Christopher Columbus down? I mean, we are taking down Confederate statues. What he's saying is that you can't complain about him removing black heroes when you're doing it to white ones.
I'll just say this. Why is Christopher Columbus so important if it was already named America?
He's the one that discovered the landmass for his people. They didn't know about it. They didn't know about it.
But it was already called America. These are the Americas. So it was already named after somebody. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
So how did he discover something that was already named after somebody? Sound like he ain't do nothing but fuck up and make a mistake and end up in the goddamn Haiti and Dominican.
I believe that's the accurate depiction of history, is that he was going somewhere else and he bumped into this landmass and discovered a new place that he didn't know was not on his map. But people were already here. It was already named. I don't know how that came about.
No, that's because, if anybody knows their history, they would give it to the Vikings. They would give it to the Celtic people. But that's neither here nor there. This economy, man, is horrible. Trump knows it's horrible. Trump is making money for his homies. He's sending out what do they call it with Martha Stewart? Insider trading.
Yeah.
He's sending out insider trading on X.
Yeah. I mean, it does look that way. I've heard the Democrats, the Schumers and all them, but the problem is the Nancy Pelosi's and some of them folks on the Democratic side probably don't participated in this shit too. So I don't know how far it's going to go, but I think he definitely is guilty of what you're accusing him of, though.
Well, this is my thing. If Nancy Pelosi is guilty, it's the same thing with Joe Biden. If he's guilty, take his ass to jail. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, definitely take her dumb ass to jail because she's dumb. She's dumb. There ain't no way she knew something that she was told from her master, her orange Jesus, that you better go buy. Just trust me. Just put $275,000 into this, and you're gonna be a millionaire.
How much did she make?
I think she ended up making $2 million. Yeah.
Yeah. That shit's disgusting because look, she was a America's Got Talent competition. Look, I'm not only disgusted by it, I'm fucking jealous. Why the hell am I on TikTok when I could go to Congress and just con my way to the top? I'm fucking jealous. I'm gonna admit that. Shout out to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She conned the system. She's where she's at, but it's a con. It is definitely a con.
But listen, she took the only thing that he was gonna give her. She was up there with the damn red hat in front of Biden. Got that crazy look from Biden for doing all of these shenanigans for Donald Trump. The only thing they could do, because they definitely wasn't going to give her a seat, was guess what? We're going to make you rich. We're going
That's a hell of a trade.
Like me. You ain't going to be rich like me, but we'll get you up, in the millions. Is that cool? And she said,
hell yeah, I would too. I got to go, Stick, but man, that is disgusting. But thank you for coming through.
Hey, no problem, Tim. Just keep your head above water, man. We know how to make it. We black, so that's why we ain't stressing. They gonna run around with their head cut off, and we still gonna be barbecuing.
All right, keep your head above water. Sound like the opening of Good Times. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Temporary layoffs. Wow, 2 million, huh? 2 million. I've been told this a million times, and I've talked about this on the program. That many suggest, listen, you know how to orate, you know how to speak. He speaks so well, that type of mindset. Why don't you just come on over and promote MAGA? You could make a lot more money. I believe that. I actually believe it, but I don't know. Look, I want to be able to have free speech. If I like something Trump has done, I want to be able to say that. But if I dislike something, I want to be able to say that too. But Then when you hear people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm not some genius by any fucking stretch of the imagination. As I say all the time, I don't have all the answers. But I bet you I'm probably as knowledgeable as Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't see her as a bastion of education. And look at, man, just push the love of Trump no matter what, and look how much she's been rewarded. Man, god damn. And that does apply to Candace Owens. You know, the African Americans that have been hardcore pro-Trump on social media, they've been rewarded handsomely. The Hodge twins ain't doing bad. Candace Owens is definitely a millionaire. I mean, they're not doing bad at all. Officer Tatum probably got almost I think he got about 1 million views or 1 million subscribers. They're not doing bad. I mean, I'm just going to say that's how it works. Thank you for the subscription. That's at least one. That's helping. Thank you, Mr. Realistic. Every subscriber helps out. Thank you very much for subscribing to the program, Mr. Realistic. Tap the screen, folks. Get me on up to 50,000 so I can take the next caller. Will G follows up by saying the Center for Disease Control says the cruise ship inspections are still going on. Okay, still ongoing. But them saying this is under Trump administration, their word is as thin as toilet paper. The flip-flopping is off the chain. Remember John Kerry, for you guys that are old enough to remember the 2004 re-election of George W. Bush campaign when George W. Bush was running against John Kerry? I'm doing a hand, because they were holding up flip-flops. And they were at the Republican National Convention saying that John Kerry, the swift boat veteran, he had flip-flopped. Where is that at now? Hey, listen, it doesn't matter how much you love Trump or you despise him. There's no denying that Trump is a huge flip-flopper. I mean, we just seen what has been going on with the tariffs over the last week or so. I mean, the market is literally like something you would see at Six Flags. It's going up and down so much. I mean, so where are the folks who were accusing John Kerry back in 2004 of being a flip-flopper? Because now I'm hearing, I have not heard this in terms of being able to fact check it yet, but you heard Miss Mobetta state that Trump is even now talking about bringing back some of the immigrants he deported because he noticed we need them. What is Second Chance Act? Somebody in the comments said. I haven't confirmed it yet, but geez, bringing back some of the people you deported. Yes or no? Would you come back? Would you come back? Knowing that they may change their mind and kick you out again? Remember flip-flopping. He may bring you back, and maybe you're at the wrong rally or protest or walking down the street at the wrong time of night, got the wrong tattoo on your arm, and then you get deported again. Would you come back? I mean, just think of it that way. Will G says, Nick Fuentes said Jason Whitlock is a token because he's able to say what racist whites aren't able to say in the open. Mind you, Fuentes is a Mexican assimilated to whiteness. So is George Zimmerman, I think, too. He's kind of like that as well. George Zimmerman is another one. A token? I don't think that's the definition of a token, though. A token is usually like watching sitcoms in the 80s. You know, you watch like Saved by the Bell or something like that, where you got one black person, the whole cast is white. Like Webster. Remember the little midget guy named Webster? Is midget? Can we still use midget? Damn it, I'm going to use midget. But that was, you know, in once they started putting African Americans on television, and I'm old enough to have lived through the infancy of this happening, because African Americans really were not on TV in the 60s of any significance. And certainly even in the 70s, they started being, you might watch an episode of Hill Street Blues or something like that, and one bad guy might be black, you know, or you're watching, you know, some of those T.J. Hooker, you know, you got William Shatner chasing down the black guy. But for the most part, it was tokens, as he's talking about. It was tokens. Yeah, there was Sanford and Son. I mean, you're talking about Sanford and Son, but like I said, in terms of black shows, they were on the air, Jefferson's, one or two. We had 3 networks back then, ABC, CBS, and NBC. Fox didn't come on the air until the late 80s with Simpsons and America's Most Wanted, and I think it was the Tracy Ullman show or something. But you had 3 networks. There were really no predominant black shows. Fat Albert, I guess you would throw that in there. But it was, one here or there. But for the most part, that was what you were. You were the one black dude in the cat. That's what I thought token meant. That's what I always thought token meant. Looking in the comments, though, in listen, you got to make your money where you can make it. If you're a struggling actor and they put you in a scene where you're it and you're the token, you don't turn down the work, I guess. Shout out to Candace Owens. Greenland base commander Susanna Myers removed amid reports she distanced base from Vance's criticism of Denmark's oversight of territory. I've heard that the colonel down there, the colonel up there in Greenland, was removed after J.D. Vance went to visit because she was distancing herself from the Trump administration. I'm up in the air about that. It's a hit job. It's revenge. Trump administration is a vengeful administration. But if you're in the military, you're supposed to serve the commander-in-chief. I think what she did is, it is, to me, it is kind of crossing the line. I don't really fault them for doing that because she doesn't want America talking about taking Greenland. But you're in the military. The head of this country is going to do things that you are. I'm sure a lot of folks in the military did not enjoy or did not support our invasion of Iraq. But your job is to follow orders, not really to question them, right? So I don't know. I don't know. But I did hear about it, though. But, your opinion on what you think Vance or Trump is doing in regards to Greenland, if you're the base commander, it probably should be kept to yourself. So this is one of those where I'm not going to totally fault the Trump administration for. But we do know they are vengeful. We do know that if they believe that you're disloyal in any way, they will get rid of you. We know that. They don't believe in you being a free thinker. If you're not online with Trump, you have no business being anywhere in serving in the administration. They're going to get rid of you. We know that. Somebody doesn't like what we're doing here. They want you to be like Jason Whitlock. Don't do it, Tim. There are people like that. Almost every week I get somebody telling me that. Just come on over to the MAGA side. You'd be way more successful. You would get 1 million viewers. I don't believe it's false. I believe what they're saying is true. Because I know when I was critical of Biden 3-4 years ago when I started, I'll go to the next caller, but I should have been around about 50,000. You TikTokers, tap the damn screen so I can take the next caller. Give me up to 50. 4 years ago, when I started doing this, I was criticizing Biden heavily because of the economy. I had a hell of a lot of liberals. Your Sambo, your Uncle Tom, all of the names. You know where the hell I'm going with this. I was getting them all. My MAGA audience was significantly larger than my liberal audience back then. So, and the donations and support of the program were too. So it happens. It happens. Miss Mobetta, what are you doing in the comments? Because somebody is hating on you. But I'm all about free speech. Anyway, going back to the comments. Will G says the Second Chance Act is a bipartisan program that helps formerly incarcerated people reintegrate into society by reducing recidivism and improving public safety, signed into law in 2008. Okay, so that's something totally different. And 2008 would have been the end of George W. Bush because Obama wasn't put in there until January of 2009. I don't think that's that bad. So that ain't got nothing to do with bringing immigrants back, is what you're saying. Fair enough. Real quick. Join the right, Tim, and your tokens will increase, says Daddy T is home. I believe that. But I've always wanted, I go to the, am I at 50? You guys are not tapping the damn screen. Tap the screen, get me on up to 50. I've always wanted to have a free speech program. And I know MAGA, particularly MAGA, loves free speech. But I do have a difficult time keeping MAGA viewers because they don't like Trump being criticized in any way, shape, or form. So, and now that he's in office, It makes no sense to just pretend like only Biden's fucking up. Biden is not in the White House. If Trump does something wrong, just like if he does something right, you should be able to acknowledge it. But unfortunately, if you're talking Officer Tatum or the Candace Owens types, they're only acknowledging the good stuff. I'm watching Bill O'Reilly every day, constantly trying to spin the damage happening to his own finances due to the Trump tariffs, because he's a close friend of Trump, and he often goes down to visit Trump at Mar-a-Lago, giving him scoops for his show. So he's trying his best not to say what all of the folks in his comments are saying. You're lying, dude. Anyway, looking in the comments, Tim, don't turn into Uncle Ruckus going over MAGA, says Major Blue. Well, I do appreciate you guys being concerned about me. I do appreciate that. Let me go back to the box. The one and only MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA Reacts. Always good to get some MAGA on the show. So MAGA Reacts, what we're talking about, because I don't think you were in earlier. We're talking about judging the economy of Trump so far. Only 2.5 months. I get it's very early. It's in its infancy. I'm going to give you 4 choices, and I want to get your particular choice. In regards to the Trump economy, so far, are you delighted, optimistic, concerned, or feeling devastated? So far, what say you?
I mean, I'm both optimistic and concerned, because,
someone else said that.
Yeah, because I'm optimistic because he's doing what the country needs. He's standing up to China and setting us up for a bright future. But it's a huge gamble, and it could end in disaster. But yeah, and obviously in the meantime we are suffering. So
is it? Let me ask it to you this way. Now, you're no financial analyst, and neither am I, so we're speculating here. If you were put in this position, is that a gamble you would have taken?
Honestly, yeah. Yes and no. Like, I would have done it. I'd try to do it a little softer. I understand what he's doing, or at least what I think he's doing, where he went big, saying 90%. So when he brings it down to 10, nobody complains about 10. Because if he would have came in with 5 and then increased it to 10, people would have been bitching and it would have just gone down. But by going big and then lowering it, it went down, then went back up when he lowered it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I kind of agree with some of that. You and I don't normally agree, but I do agree that if he came across the board with a 10% tariff on countries we do business with, tariff and fucking islands that nobody live on just makes them look dumb. But if he had imposed a tariff, of 10% on Mexico, China, some of these other countries, that's still billions of dollars, and it's something that they can adjust to because it's not off the Richter scale insane. And he would have probably ended up looking great. But based on what he has done so far, where he's imposed these ridiculous tariffs, then he moves them around, then he's suspending them for 90 days. I mean, what the hell is going on?
Well, he's playing poker. I mean, you're saying it's flip-flopping, but he's just playing the cards he's dealt. And, he played his first hand. The media freaked out. So he had to fucking back off. So that was, I guess, his second hand. I mean, he's reacting to shit. People are trying to say that he's trying to set up the stock market, that he was, telling people to buy stocks. But I think he was trying to get the stock market to go back up by telling them to buy stocks.
That's not how.
4 hours later, we got really nervous and lowered the tariffs.
It's interesting you would suggest he's playing poker and then give an explanation like that, because poker players, as somebody who has played a little bit of poker throughout my life for money, you don't react. You keep a straight face. You make people feel like you're confident in your decision. Are you going to call the bet? I raised you $100. You don't know what kind of hand I got if I got a proper poker face. But when you're reacting to people turning over cards or betting money, that is a horrible. If he's playing poker, he's doing a really poor job at it.
I say the opposite. I'm saying he's trying to throw people off as much as he can, but it's really hard because he's got 1 million eyes on him, way more than any other president. It's hard to bluff where everybody's reading your every little twitch. You got the entire world looking at you.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm criticizing your poker analogy is you don't play poker and keep making changes. I'm going to bet $20. No, I'm gonna bet 100. No, I'm gonna bet 50. You start to make people, does this motherfucker really have a good hand or not? I mean, you're all over the place. Well, no, I'm a pass and suspend it for 90 days. What are you trying to do? Is what I'm saying. Not to mention,
no, you can't. You don't just make a plan and follow the plan.
What?
I mean, some people could do that, but if they're playing, basically, no, he's reacting to the card dealt. If the card dealt helps him, he fucking, he tries to keep a straight face and he plays accordingly. When the card dealt hurts him, he has to play accordingly too and do his best not to give away, what he's gonna do.
But that's why I keep pushing back on your analogy. You're saying he's playing according to the cards he's dealt when it hurts him or when it helps him. If you're playing poker, people should not be able to tell if the card is hurting you or helping you. The fact that you can tell is a bad poker player. That's the point I'm getting across.
No, but it's the opposite, though. People are nervous because they can't tell what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can tell the fact that he's suspended.
From what people are saying. Like, all the people analyzing this shit, they're like, oh, the stock market don't know what's happening or what he's going to do next. That's why they're so nervous. Isn't that all the other people are, all the Democrats got up there saying?
The people are nervous because they don't know what move to make because Trump is, I'm talking about Americans who he claims he's working on their behalf. You don't want to bring a factory back home to America when he's making decisions overnight like this. Big swings. I mean, what is it? A week ago, what was our tariff on China compared to what it is now? It's quadruple in less than a week. So if you had somebody over here scoping land on where you wanted to put a factory, you were doing it based on the information you received last week, and now all of a sudden the tariff amount is 4 times as much? Who can operate on that?
I mean, that's the whole point. You just have to wait till the hand is dealt, like till everything's done.
When the hell is that?
Now, he can't be predictable because if he's predictable, China is just gonna wait him out. If China thinks he's gonna fucking give in, or he's gonna stay, if China thinks he's gonna maintain a high tariff, they're gonna fight harder. If China thinks he's gonna give in, they're gonna wait him out. So he has to be unpredictable so he could actually get them nervous because their economy runs on very little margin for error and margin for profit.
So
this is hurting them more.
MAGA, what are the American investors supposed to do? If he's unpredictable to the Chinese, the American investors are, remember, he's talking about bringing manufacturing home. If you had if you had a factory in China, would you want to bring it back to America right now when he is, as you're stating, unpredictable?
Well, he's unpredictable for the purpose of beating the Chinese. Once he has a deal with the Chinese, then you'll have something to work with. Like, as nervous
wait. So right now, hang on, hold on. So right now, until he gets a deal, hang on. Okay, wait, hold MAGA. So until he makes a deal, you would not move back.
Yeah, because it's not just him; it's also the Chinese. And if he's predictable, like you say, it's like an automatic forfeiture to the Chinese. Like, right now, as much as we're hurting, they're hurting 10 times more. All their factories are just sitting there with a bunch of shit and nowhere to ship it, and they don't know what they're going to do. And they actually have actual cost of, like, factories that are just sitting there not making money. And, so as much as we're hurting, they're hurting more. And,
Okay,
hopefully they call Uncle first and they make a deal, and then we'll figure out where we're going to go from there.
What will America? So what's happening to the Americans while we're waiting to beat the Chinese, hopefully?
Well, we're also hurting, but whoever wins this is going to come out on top, and it's going to be better in the long run. I mean, that's why I'm nervous, because it is a gamble. No matter what, it is a fucking gamble. The Chinese might outweigh us out because it's a dictatorship.
I don't know if I agree with I don't know if I agree with you in stating that whoever wins, if we win, we'll be better off, because if you have a small business or if you have a farm, America could officially win the tariff war with the Chinese, but you may lose your farm before we get there. I mean, you may die waiting for aid to arrive. That's not a win for you. And there's a whole lot of Americans, their businesses may literally die waiting for help to arrive in the form of China giving in. I mean, people are living check to check all over the damn place. Businesses are struggling. They don't have the time to wait and hope that China, they're playing the wait game because they're billionaires. But you and I don't have that kind of time.
But this affects billionaires more than us. They're losing money in stocks.
Bullshit. No, it doesn't. Listen, if a billionaire loses a bunch of money, they're still going to be very wealthy. They may not be a billionaire, but they ain't about to go homeless. You and I, you're talking about people going jobless, going homeless, living in their cars. There's no way this is going to affect billionaires more than you and I.
I mean, in the long run, right. But in the short term, this hasn't affected us yet. Most of this shit hasn't affected anyone on the streets yet. This mostly has affected stocks. And people don't make, we're not day traders. We don't make money on stocks every day.
So so all of the Americans that are watching their 401k and retirement plans dwindle down, it's not affecting them? Those are people on the street.
I mean, that happened with Biden too. That just happens. I mean, they're
not to this level.
Now they're cashing it out in 2 years or in 10 years or whenever they're retiring. So unless they're retiring today, in the long run, they should be better off when we win this trade war.
I think that part falls under your statement of being optimistic, because a lot of folks are optimistic that if you leave your money in your retirement plan and wait a few years, it'll come back. We just assume that things are going to go back to being great. You could be right, but you could be wrong. And that's, of course, for people who have years to leave their money in there. If you're about to retire this summer or next summer, you're probably not going to get your money back. You're probably going to end up retiring with less than you would have if Biden was reelected and didn't impose these tariffs. You would admit that, right?
Listen, I mean, yeah, you're right. But also, like, as much as the stock market went down, it went down because of fear. And that's it. There was no, like, bad results. There was no, like, bad job numbers. It was all just fear. So in the same way it went down because of fear, it'll go up because of excitement once we get a deal. So I feel like we're going to jump back to where we were in no time. I don't think you're going to have to wait more than like a couple of months to get back to where we were.
You think the stock market is going to completely rebound in 2 months?
Hell yeah, because all these people sold their shit. They got their money just sitting there. They got nowhere to invest it. So once the deal is made, they'll put their money right back in the same stocks, and the people who jump in first are going to make the most money.
Okay. Think about what just happened, MAGA. You had the market tanking because of Trump's tariffs. Trump suspended the tariffs for 90 days, and the market started to improve. 90 days from now, because you're saying the market's going to repair in 2 months, that's coming close to the time when all the tariffs are going to come back. The reason the market tanked to begin with. I think it should be just the opposite of what you're saying.
And I mean, that's if he really wants to tariff that much. I think he wants to tariff 10%, and he's just going to keep it at 10%. But I could be wrong.
So you think the 90-day suspension is not going? You don't think he's ever going to put him back on?
He's just going to start saying, I got to deal with this country, I got to deal with this country. I mean, most of these countries are already at 10%. It's only the ones that are going to keep their tariffs against us, or they're going to stay up in 20 or 30%. But he should have it. The way he worded everything, he would be happy with 10% on everybody. He just wants them to take off their tariffs, and, the minimum is 10%. Even if you had no tariffs against us, the minimum was 10, and I think 10 is what he wants. And then by the time we get there, people are going to be happy with just 10, since they're worried about 90 and 100.
That's a good point. I mean, that's how, I guess that is kind of how you negotiate. You start high, scare the shit out of them, and then you get them to settle for the amount you really wanted. But I do believe that if he had just started out with 10%, this stuff would not have happened to the degree it has, because you could adjust to 10%. But when he's hitting you with 60 and all this other crazy shit, and like I said, when you start tariffing countries that do not even have civilization, it makes people think you don't even know what the hell you're doing. But MAGA, I don't totally disagree with the end of that. But I do believe the unpredictability is the problem, and I don't feel confident at all that in 2 months the market's going to come back. I think you and I will be talking in, and I think you'll be giving me a reason why that didn't happen. Last word on you.
I think predictability would hurt him in making this deal and making his moves. That's his issue this time around. All his little tactics aren't working because he's a lot more predictable this time. We know him very well. because he's been around forever.
I think the only predictable thing about Trump is that he is unpredictable.
Yeah, well, he has to work to maintain that. And, you know, it's getting harder and harder because we're learning, we know him very well because
he has to work to maintain that.
Be unpredictable.
Oh my God, he has to work to. All right, MAGA reacts as always.
One last thing.
Sure.
The last guy was saying some dumb shit about this thing being called the Americas First. That's wrong. It was called the Americas because the guy that came after Columbus that discovered America after him, basically Columbus thought he was going to Asia and the Indies. But the first guy that came here and was like, no, this isn't Asia, this is a new country, and we're going to call it the Americas. His first name was like America. So America came after Columbus.
His name was Americus. Yeah, his name was America. But you will agree that Christopher Columbus has gotten a lot of credit and accolades for something that he really didn't deserve, right?
Yes and no. I mean, he did find the place, even though he didn't find the mainland, he found the West Indies. That's why they're called the West Indies, even though they're in America. And yes and no. I mean,
he literally poorly navigated, bumped into some shit by accident because his navigation was poor, and now he's taking credit. I mean, for discovering a place that was already inhabited.
He was going in the right direction. It's just America was in the way. If there was no America, eventually he would have landed in India. But America was in the way.
Oh my God.
At this point, they know the world's round, but they don't have the ships to explore it like they want to. They know it's round. If they go west, he's going to end up in Asia. But guess what? There is North and South America on your way.
You should be a fucking politician with this spin. You should be a politician. I got to go.
I want to. Take care, man.
All right, see ya. Good talk with MAGA Reacts. Always welcome on the program. MAGA always pushes back no matter how he comes up with it. He certainly is always able to do it. By the way, tap the screen. Let's go for 70. We see if we can make that happen. Real quick in the comments, Major Blue said, don't turn. I saw that earlier. It says, don't turn into Uncle Ruckus going over MAGA. I get called Uncle Ruckus even if I agree with some of the things Trump did. Like, I think Trump's doing a good job on border security. I'm not a fan with some of the deportations because, right now, yelling out that an immigrant was in a gang, Tren de Aragua, however you pronounce that, or MS-13, yelling that out now is kind of like a police officer yelling out, I was in fear for my life. It kind of gives you the right to do any damn thing to that person. Nobody gives a shit what, as long as you put that out there as a disclaimer. Well, I'm watching a video early this morning of a woman that's sitting in her car with her daughter. I guess she was here illegally, so she qualifies for deportation, but she didn't want to get out of the car. Heavy-set woman in her 30s, and the ICE officer busts out the window and drags her out of the car. And at the end of the video, they say she was in MS-13. Like, there's no way in hell this woman, she's in the car with her daughter's like, Mom, and begging the officer not to manhandle her mom or whatever. No, it's crazy, but if you can yell out MS-13 or Tren de Agua as one of these deportees, rather, it's almost like the cops saying, I fear for my life. It kind of really is the disclaimer to give you the right to do anything. Because everyone is repeating MS-13 now. Yeah, once you say that, nobody cares what happened to the person. They don't even care if you proved MS-13 or not. They just take your word for it. So it's becoming a go-to phrase now. He's a gang member because it's good to go. I remember the first comment I made on one of your videos, says Will G. I said that MAGA hates was too close for comfort. Like Anakin, I don't know what that part means. Anakin trying to resist the dark side. I don't get the last part about that, but you're saying that the hatred of MAGA is too close for comfort. Well, they were saying that even under the, I think the FBI, if I'm correct, was saying that under Trump's first term is that hate was on the rise due to Trump. Trump denied it. I get it, but that was his FBI at the time too. They were saying that was one of the biggest threats to America's security is the rise of white supremacy. Trump was adamant the FBI didn't know what they were talking about. I don't know if they're saying it now, but I do get a whole lot of Americans now that come to the program and say, yeah, it's on the rise now as well. Star Wars. That's what that's from, coached by Anakin. I've seen Empire Strikes Back in Star Wars. Okay, maybe the reference is going over my head. China is definitely not going to fold. 90% of the stuff we wear and play on is made in China. Japan is also a top bond holder, and chances are they're selling off some of their bonds, which is why Trump stopped. I agree with that China's not going to fold. A lot of my beloved MAGA viewers, Trump's going to win, he has the cards. China is used to being impoverished in far more recent times than Americans are. Also, China is operated by a dictatorship, not a democracy. So it's all up to Xi Jinping. He's not going to be poor no matter what tariffs Trump imposed. So he's not going to lose out. And dictators usually don't really give a damn about the finances of their subjects. Look at Kim Jong-un of North Korea as a perfect example. Fidel Castro, the Castro family of Cuba. Keep in mind, we have strong tariffs, strong sanctions on a host of other dictatorships, and they have not bowed down. How long have we been sanctioning Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, now Russia? Those countries ain't bowing down. So why do we think that China's going to do it? The dictators are not going to bow down. Hell, we had to kill Saddam Hussein. He wasn't going to bow down either. Why do we seem to think that this guy is going to bow down? If he is within his wits, he knows that Trump is going to face a hell of a lot more resistance from his subjects that may be going into poverty than he is. Because it's almost illegal to bitch and protest in China, whereas in America, you're going to have a bunch of armed people out in the streets. So Xi Jinping is like, he don't realize he going to have a lot more backlash from this shit than I am. His people got guns. His people actually have some rights. My people ain't got that shit. So I really believe that folks who think that China's going to quickly bow down may be getting that one wrong. And also we need to take in consideration, because of what we're doing in terms of the tariffs, the back and forth to even our allies, I don't want to say allowing, but we're incentivizing, we're motivating relationships to start that would not have. Sometimes to our detriment. All of the Asian countries, China and Japan and all of them, are starting to talk to each other. That didn't normally used to happen, where we used to get everything through us. Now, because we're treating everybody like shit simultaneously, they're starting to talk to each other. I don't know, even if you remove the tariffs, if you can quickly undo the new relationships that we've created that may not work in our best interest. So you have to take all that in consideration. Wanted to go back to the comments. I wish liberals were in charge so we can have wars across the land and the world. We have wars going on right now. As that says, unga bunga. Well, I mean, you got Trump did not end any of the wars that were taking place since he became president. Russia, Ukraine, the one in Gaza. That stuff hasn't ended. And now Trump has actively bombed the Houthis in Yemen. He's threatening to bomb Iran if they don't come to the table. I mean, he's got, threats with Canada, Greenland, Panama. You don't need to put a liberal in there to get wars. You're getting plenty of threats from Trump. I don't think the liberal, in fact, I'm 100% certain that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden would not be fucking with Greenland, would not be threatening Canada, would have left the Panama Canal and left all that alone as well. Yeah, they would still be helping in Ukraine, and they probably would still be backing Israel. So the Israeli conflict, we're going to back Israel no matter what party you put in office. But I think you're probably going to get more military conflict right now with Trump than you are with Biden or Harris, because Trump has been threatening everybody so far. Kamala Harris and Biden weren't going to do that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. You said Trump ain't shit. Trump told his team that the United States will not reach out to China first, and that China must be the one to make the first move. He doesn't have the cards for it at all. I don't know if Trump doesn't have the cards, but he certainly is not in he's not in a position that is as advantageous as he and many of his supporters believe. China does have cards. They do have a lot in this. I don't think the Trump, from the aspect of being a dictator versus being a president, your people are going to have more power pushing back on you as a president than his people as a dictator. He can make them disappear. You can't. You got to address these folks. They're showing up at elections and town halls and shit like that. That stuff won't exist under Xi Jinping. I don't think Trump realizes that. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 75,000. We'll go to the next caller here. Trump won't end these deals with a way for the factories to leave here and profit more, despite what you think. Trump is a businessman, not an idiot. I can't speak on that. I know you're talking to the other person in the comments, but I don't think Trump is an idiot. I definitely do not think that. I think he is more of a narcissist. I think that he might think that he has more power than we actually do. You think that everybody is going to fall under the might of the United States, and then all these countries start making deals among each other, and we may come out of this realizing the U.S. dollar, because the U.S. dollar is falling in value. We're teaching folks around the world now that all it takes is one bad election in the U.S. and they're not going to be the partner we thought they were. Going back to the comments, oh, wow. I want to bring him up just real quick here. Mr. Greenland, straight out of Greenland, of course. Good evening. Well, what time is it over there?
21:43.
So it's almost midnight. Wait. 21, that's 9?
Yeah.
9, okay. All right. Okay, so is that after dark? Is it does it get dark over there this time of year?
Not late. Maybe it will get dark around 1 o'clock in the morning.
So it's daylight all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning. When does the sun come back up?
About 5 o'clock.
So you get 4 hours of darkness. Wow, that's
soon it will be going around.
Jeez.
In summer we have midnight sun.
That would take some getting. I guess everybody has darkening curtains in their dwelling so that you can actually make it dark in your place. So what is the feeling on the ground there now that, okay, because we know Trump has been threatening constantly to take Greenland. Has it calmed down? Because over here we're not talking about it quite as much. I know J.D. Vance was over there not long ago. It wasn't a great welcome by you folks. You wanted him to stay on the military base. But how are you guys feeling now? Has it calmed down at all?
We just had an election, and now the government is just starting up, and a new government has already also told America, back off.
But you do know if we want Greenland, you ain't gonna be able to stop it, right?
No matter what, we will still fight.
So you guys aren't willing to fight. Give me liberty or give me death style. You guys are willing to fight to the last man against America.
Yeah.
Any allies? You think anybody else would help you?
NATO, yep, guarantee.
So I think we talked about this. So you guys do believe that if America under Trump tried to acquire Greenland, you guys would invoke, what is it, Article, was it 5 or 25? You guys would invoke that, and you believe that NATO would side with Greenland and possibly take on the United States?
Of course, even if we're gonna lose.
Shit. I mean, even if you lose, because Greenland would become an afterthought in this. Even if you lose, the fact is that means the whole NATO alliance is fractured completely at that point. I mean, you got members of the same. It's like brothers and sisters fighting each other.
Yeah. I was just listening to some of your listeners, and it was from our point of view. America is about to lose everything with Trump. Trying to bring back manufacturing to U.S. is going to backfire completely to USA because nobody wants to buy U.S.
Are you guys, as small as your country is, do you even have U.S. products over there?
A few little like Heinz ketchup, Coca-Cola.
Are you guys avoiding purchasing U.S. products?
It's starting.
Wow. Yeah, I have heard that the Canadians, for one, are on a really big push to avoid buying U.S. products. So you're saying nobody wants to buy U.S. Now your host country, I guess, Denmark. Do you know if that's happening there at all?
Not really. I think, I heard it in the radio. If Denmark should start boycotting U.S. Products, if Trump starts tariffs everywhere, and everywhere in Europe is a topic they are discussing.
Wow. Do you actually believe though? Do you think Trump because Trump is known for just saying shit to rile people up, as opposed to really trying to? Do you think at the end of the day, Trump really will try to acquire your sovereignty, take over, take your land? Do you think this is something that America is really going to do?
I think 70% of America will try to stop Trump if he tried to do that, but we have to take him seriously.
70%?
Yeah, 70% of US will help us.
I'm curious where you may have gotten that number from. 70%. I mean, there are some. I mean, obviously, all of the Democrats think it's bad. I haven't talked to any liberal at all that thinks what Trump is talking about on Greenland is a good idea. So, whatever percentage of the country is liberal, you got all of them. So, you're 70% could be right. That could be somewhere around there, because I'm assuming there's plenty of Republicans that don't favor this either. So, I guess 70%. But what's probably more concerning and more frightening is the whole NATO dissolving of the NATO alliance, because you're saying that NATO would take your side, which is essentially America against Europe, because all of Europe, all of Western Europe, and all of those allies and things like that. I don't know. To me, you really think this could happen?
It's however unlikely it would happen, but we have to take it seriously. Yeah. It's a threat for your life.
Are you guys armed as citizens?
Yeah, most of us.
Okay, so you guys are allowed to have, you guys are allowed to have firearms.
Yeah.
Anything?
We don't have, machine guns are illegal, handguns are illegal. But hunting rifles are very easy to buy.
But, I mean, are you talking like single action rifles, or are you talking about something that can put out some real firepower?
Well, we're dependent on NATO.
Yeah. Well, I would assume if it got down as bad as we're talking, NATO, your entire weapons laws would be lifted in defense of your country. But shit, I mean, we got a base that's already there. I mean, so we're already on your soil. I mean, I would assume that base would just swell up and you'd have a problem from them alone.
The base is way up north, and it would take, with supersonic planes, it would take a couple hours to get to where it's important.
That's a couple hours. They would easily cover that couple hours pretty quick. I mean, that's just, I know how we operate, but man, what do you think is the reason? I mean, listen, Trump is saying for our protection. I don't know how you're taking over somebody else's country, saying you want to do that for your own military protection. But now you guys have resources, I believe we're interested in too. But do you think that might be have something to do with it, that we're really trying to take your resources?
That's the only reason I could think of. That's why. According to the safety and for security for the Arctic, we already have a very good agreement with the Americans. You could just start a new base without any further discussion, because there are 2 airports available just to restart again, part of our former agreement with the U.S. And it's not going to be too difficult just to keep this our agreement, and build up a new base to protection for the Arctic.
So you're saying the notion that we need to take over Greenland for strategic military purposes. We already have the right to, we could just create a whole nother base there. So we really don't need to own the country. We could probably put as many military personnel on the continent or on the island as we want to already, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you just have to go up to our government and ask, may we? Yes, you may.
So it's definitely more to it than just military strategy. Would you be open to selling, though? I mean, if it could save Greenlanders' lives, because he is offering to buy it, would you be willing to sell it at all?
No, it's not in our DNA, because land is not for sale. Nobody should own land. It's in our culture. It's it's so foreign to us to own land.
So when you purchase a home or a property over there, you don't own the land, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you really don't own it here either. You got to pay property taxes forever, but I get what you're saying there. Wow.
I can build anywhere I like if nobody complains the place I want to build on. Then if I build the house is mine in perpetuity, and I don't have to pay taxes for that.
Wait, say that again?
If I build my house, I will own it for the rest of my life and my grandchildren.
And you don't have to pay taxes on the land? No. How do you get the right to build your house there?
You ask them. If you go to the municipality.
I can't hear you. Your microphone is muffled.
Oh, excuse me. If I go to the municipality and if I point a piece of land and I say, I want to build my house there, and then the municipality will check on the plans, city plans, and if nobody complains and has no plans, prior plans for that from the municipality, I can build in that piece of land. And if I build the house is mine for eternity.
That sounds like the early part of America during the settlement era. Because you guys got a lot of wide open space out there. I guess that's not many people, so you can do that right now. And you guys are also not really considered as capitalists, are you?
Yes, we are.
You're capitalists, okay. But you have a lot of social programs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you've never been to America, have you, or the U.S., have you?
Couple times.
Really? What did you think of it?
Florida and Hawaii. Florida was too hot, almost killed me. Hawaii was very, very, very hot.
No shit, you a damn Eskimo. I guess it was. Somebody from Greenland said Florida's too hot. That makes sense. All right, Mr. Greenland, I do got to move it on. I always enjoy talking to you, man. I would say get some sleep, but damn, it's going to be sunny for the rest of the season. But Mr. Greenland, as always, it's a pleasure talking to you, man. Come through anytime.
All right.
Good talk. Wow, somebody just showed some love there. That Dencal, thank you for that support there, Dencal. Wow, tap the screen. We might be able to get up to 100,000. Tap the screen. Something I don't normally ask for you folks that are on TikTok, share the live. I've heard there's good things with the algorithm. Share the live. You guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are always MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. If I can get this out, I'm having a Biden moment. You can be critical of anyone in the program, including the host. That's how free speech works. Looking in the comments, that dude's boring, says Daddy T is home. Yeah, because you want to take his fucking country. Of course he's boring. You don't want to hear what somebody who might want to maintain their sovereignty has to say. He's boring. Let's blow him up. I meant to say that MAGA hat was too close for comfort. You're telling me my MAGA hat is too close for comfort there, Will? And you're like Anakin Skywalker trying to resist the dark side. Oh, so you're saying that I'm like now I get the Star Wars reference, by the way. So you're saying that MAGA is the dark side. Wasn't that what Biden was? It dark MAGA? Didn't Biden say that as well? I'm not trying to resist the dark side. Well, I believe in talking to all sides of the aisle. I think the best way for us to have some kind of harmony is to talk to each other. Whether it's political harmony, whether it's racial harmony, whether it is gender harmony, you name it. Not talking to the other side is what literally is the birth of stereotypes. Once you start hanging out with the other side, you're like, they don't do all that. They ain't all like that. I'll give you an example of me personally. You know, I grew up born and raised in the 70s and 80s. I grew up during a time when we were told, you know, white people all have good credit and all this shit. Now that I started hanging around, no, they don't. No, they don't. A lot of them are struggling just like we are. But you're brought up, you know, believing once you start hanging around people, same thing, a lot of people I've talked to were brought up to believe blacks are all lazy and all this shit. When you start hanging around, no, they ain't. And I don't understand how the hell a group of people that were forced to work in slavery for hundreds of years could be viewed as lazy. And the people who enslaved them that are not doing any of the fucking work are the hard workers. I never could understand how that rumor came about. But there are folks who do believe that blacks are lazy and that whites are hard workers. That makes no sense at all. Looking in the comments, one way people can run from a burning market is to get bonds. Japan started dumping bonds and people got angry. Trump had to stop everything. And that's the same thing Cuomo said in regards to the bond market, was why Trump put the 90-day suspension in there, is that the bond market was killing it. The bonds in Greece had surpassed America for a short time because people were dumping them so fast. But I definitely heard that, and we'll see what happens in 90 days. Do you guys think that Trump is going to rescind the suspended tariffs in 90 days like he's promised? Remember, the tariffs are still there. He's only suspended them for 90 days. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe that those tariffs are going to actually eventually become real? All of the ones he had on that board. Do you think he's actually going to do that? You think that's actually going to actually happen in real life? Remember, those tariffs are the reason the market started to tank. Once he suspended those tariffs, it's a good time to buy, I think it was, all of a sudden, the market shot up. So if he puts the tariffs back on in 90 days, you got to assume the market's going to be fucked up again, right? I mean, that's what caused it the first time. So do you think he's going to do that? All but China. Well, China's already in it. China's already knee-deep in it, and I don't think we're going to relinquish China because Trump does not like people who don't bow down. And Xi Jinping has made it clear we're not bowing down. In fact, the Chinese government has stated at this point they're not going to increase the tariffs anymore. It said at this point it's not even worth it anymore. They're at 127%. We're at 140% on them. You're already at the point where ain't nobody going to buy shit coming from either country. Trump could go to 200 because he keeps going up because they're retaliating, but at this point, the game is already on. I mean, you can only shoot somebody so many times. He wouldn't enjoy Texas in summer or not. No, he probably wouldn't from Greenland. The board was a list of tariffs they had placed on us. He is going to make deals during the night. No, the board was a list of the tariffs they had on us and the tariffs he was going to impose on them. The board covered both their Goku. It was both on there. Let me go back to the box. Rest in peace, small businesses. Damn. Says intellectual honesty. Yikes. Going back to the box, I did want to bring up another. We'll go to, who did I hit? Denkow. Good evening. Trade deficit 100%. It's got to be a way out of this, right? Denkow, are we fucked permanent? There's got to be. Will this bounce back? MAGA React said the stock market is likely to recover in 2 months. What say you?
No, we're nowhere near finished with this situation. See, the stock market responds to it likes to be it likes to know where it's going. Like there's no
predictability.
What's the word I'm thinking?
Predictability.
Yeah. There's no predictability in the market. Just because you postpone something, just imagine if you own a business and you are thinking about building a factory, starting a business,
you know, why would you do it in this environment when you don't know what he gonna do with the tariffs?
So
like that, you would be dumb. You would be dumb to go into a long-term, construction project, and you don't know if the materials you're using to build your building is going to be what the price is today. You don't know. Like, there's no stability in the market. So no, it's not going to recover in 2 months, because he said he's not going to even be finished doing all of these deals, and it's going to be 90 days. That's 3 months.
So then, I think we all can agree that Trump is unpredictable. I think he kind of wants it to be that way. But if what you're saying is true, where investors are going to be hesitant to make any decision because of how, he flips and things like that, is it safe to say that the only way this is going to smooth out is when he's out of the picture?
Yes, that's a very good assumption, that business don't thrive on instability. Everybody will tell you that from any business. No business people can long-term plan when the whole market is unstable. And it's not like he's gonna totally go back 100% on what he's doing, because that's a part of his no surrender thing. Like, no matter what he does, right, even if it's wrong, he's not going to ever admit fault. Just like he's not admitting fault now, as he's rolling back all of these tariffs slowly but surely. He's rolling them back. We started out at 100.
One of the things MAGA's touting, though, is that he's only going to do it to China, and everybody believes that China deserves kind of some of this because they have been playing games with their dollar and things like that, devaluating their currency. What if he leaves all the tariffs as normal throughout Europe, Australia, and everybody else, and only does it to China? Can we see ourselves in a better situation under that scenario?
I mean, technically, it would be a better situation, but he would never do it, because that would go back to, why did we go through all of this instability in the first place? If he's going to go back to normal, when he's been telling everybody, and everybody in the world has been cheating us. How does he go back to normal when all of these people believe now? At least MAGA believed that the whole world has been cheating America and everybody's taking advantage of us, even though we the most advanced.
Yeah, but come on, it doesn't matter what Trump's. When it comes to MAGA, if he changes his mind tomorrow and says, I was just playing chess, MAGA's going to follow that. You know that already. I had to say that everybody was cheating us to get these folks to come to the table to get us a better deal. Most of MAGA's going to run with that.
I agree. I agree. I just don't think he would do it because of his ego, to just go back to square one and say all of this was just because we wanted to screw China. I don't think his ego will allow. Remember, he's been saying this since the 80s.
Yeah, he has. On the Oprah Winfrey Show, I saw that. We said it about Japan back then.
He's been saying everybody needs to get tariff.
So if everybody is cheating us, as Trump
he's been saying that about the whole world.
Right. So if everybody is cheating us, as Trump has stated, then is it not a good thing what he's doing? Maybe he's the first president to tackle something that needed to be addressed.
No, you can't start a conversation from he's been cheating us, so isn't what he's doing good? Because that's not the situation. Everybody has not been cheating us. We have been the leader in all negotiations for any type of trade deals with any country we've ever had. Nobody's ever got the upper hand on us. What we're doing is we're using the trade imbalance to say that countries are cheating us, when that's not the reality. Just because we buy more stuff from another country than they buy from us doesn't mean they're cheating us. It just means we want to buy more cheaper shit from them than they can afford to buy from us.
Yeah, but what about the notion that there are no American cars on the streets of Japan or China, and if we do want to sell, let's say a rich person in China or in Japan did want to buy a Cadillac or something, they do add a hell of a lot of tariff and tax on to getting that car in the country. So, I mean, is that not them trying to rip us off, as Trump would say?
No, it's not. The same way we've always had tariffs on other countries when it comes to vehicles to make our vehicles competitive. We've always done that to other countries. If America didn't have tariffs on other countries' cars, we wouldn't have a big three. We wouldn't have no auto manufacturing in the country because other countries can produce these goods and services for cheaper. I mean, it's economics 101.
That's a great point. I think a lot of people, even myself, don't think about, because you're right. When you look at the average salary of a worker making a car in China, or even probably making a car in Japan or a car in Korea, and you compare them to how much folks are making in, a Ford plant or something like it in America, they're making so much less that if we didn't impose tariffs on Kias or some of these other cars coming over here, you're right, they would be so cheap that as you say, the big three car makers in this country, they would not exist. They wouldn't be able to compete. The tariffs are what make the cars somewhat price competitive. You make a good point.
And another thing people aren't considering is they have to understand how the difference in our energy availability. A lot of other countries don't drive American cars because they fucking gas guzzlers. You see, when you go to many other countries, what do you see? You see subcompacts, people driving around in mini cars, and they buy gas by the liter, not the gallon.
Yeah.
It's because they can't afford our products in our cars. It's not because they don't want them. It's because they can't afford them.
You raise a good point, because that happened to me when I moved to Australia. When I left America, I was driving a used a Navigator. I had a big, that's probably one of the biggest vehicles a personal individual can get, other than like a Hummer from that era. But I had a Navigator. When I went over there, I wanted a big SUV. And they just did not have them. I think they have like the Ford Explorer. That's about as big, and they don't make those over there, but they have their own little SUVs. Yeah, you could not get our type of cars over there, and that was in Australia.
Right, and their cars over there get about 40 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they don't have the emission standards that we have, so. They're just trying to survive and get from point A to point B. We're the consumer. We're the ones who want the big SUVs that cost $100 to fill up. And when you go over there, and like Andy said in the comments, their streets are not even suited. Their parking spaces aren't suited for the size of vehicles that we drive in America. Like, you can't even go into a parking structure. You're gonna be struggling.
So how does this end then? If Trump is complaining about our cars not being on the streets of our foreign competitors, and you're right, they can't afford our cars, their infrastructure is not built to maintain her. So how does all of this end? Sounds like Trump is never going to get what he wants, but what about the American people that are in the middle of this fight between these countries with these tariffs?
You say, how does it end?
Yeah, how does it end?
It is by us going into a recession or a depression, and even the MAGA people, when they out homeless on the street, saying, I don't know. You saying that they always going to go along with him? I just think when they
I've watched so many specials, because Fox News is not doing this. It's going to be CNN or MSNBC interviewing Trump supporters that are financially hurting due to Trump's tariffs and things. Fox News is never going to put somebody on like that, but they're doing it online on a lot of these other programs, and I'm serious. They are not admitting a regret for their vote. They're just simply saying, I didn't know he was going to do this.
Right. Some of them are saying, yeah, I'm about to go out of business, but I still believe that he's doing the right thing. I'm like,
that is true.
But
that is true.
They're not over the threshold yet. It's just really starting. So when they need to go back and talk to these people in a couple of months, when they have gone bankrupt, when they have lost their businesses, and then ask them the same questions, because those people, even though their pride might not allow them to come on TV or online and say I was wrong, when they step in that ballot box and they say we got to stop this, I guarantee you a lot of people gonna go in there and say, look, this is out of control.
Really, probably all you really need is the same folks that voted liberal the first time with a contingent of all of them folks who did not vote at all. And that's you probably don't really need to flip MAGA. If you can just get the folks who didn't vote, which is probably what, 20-30% of the voting electorate, a lot of voters did not go out and vote. Now, obviously, now you need to go out and get your damn birth certificate and marriage license and all this shit because they're making it harder to vote. I don't understand. I mean, like, damn, do you show up to vote looking like a lawyer going to court? I mean, you need all this paperwork. What the hell is that? I mean, we kind of know why they're doing that, though. I mean,
and the founders tried to make it so it could be as easy as possible to vote. But we see all of these loopholes and all of these walls they try to put up to prevent people from voting. And I'm not sure if you looked at it, but I think I might have sent you the article, or it was actually a video of, I think it was the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and somebody else. They were talking about how the turnout for the elections were going to be really low, and he said, "Yeah, that's a really big benefit for us." Like they're saying it on a hot mic, and I don't think they knew, but they were they literally admitted that, like, keeping voter turnout low is the only way they win.
I mean, but it is true. Low voter turnout works for Republicans. High voter turnout works for Democrats. And I say that all the time. That's why anytime you hear somebody try to make it easier to vote, it's usually a Democrat. Anytime you try to hear somebody try to make it harder to vote, it's usually a Republican. I mean, it just works that way. Low voter turnout works better for the Republican Party. So he's right about that.
A quick question: was that an executive order he signed, or was that actually a law written about the,
it's called no, they're still fighting it. It's called the SAVE Act, I think it's called. It hasn't officially became law. They're fighting it, but they're trying to make it so you gotta produce a birth certificate and all that, citizenship.
Right.
I think
it passed the House, right? It passed the House, but not the Senate.
I don't know where it's at yet, but it ain't fully through yet. It ain't all the way through. Somebody said, I see somebody in the comments said, hopefully it doesn't pass hopefully the Senate doesn't pass the SAVE Act. So
okay.
So we'll see. I wonder during the midterms if let's say it goes very far to the other side. Let's say the SAVE Act gets through right now, but then in the midterms Trump loses significant amount of Congress and Senate. I wonder, could they reverse that act?
They would have to. They would have to really win big, because I think it might require
a veto-proof majority.
A veto-proof majority before they could sit it on his desk. Which, I mean, they would have to have 75.
A lot.
Senators.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, so that won't happen. But at least they can. I mean, they can put it on the table, and that might not stop it from going into effect for that first election. But But how about this? Maybe you and I are talking a bunch of bullshit, because in the comments, Stuntism says, bruh, cut the shit. He says, what we need is for everything. It's worse if non-citizens vote. That is what steals your vote. So he's saying, if you got to require all of this proof, that's better than the possibility of some immigrant that doesn't belong in the country voting. Bro, if they go ahead and put out all of the citizens, all of the immigrants, then we won't have to worry about it, right?
That's a great point. That's a great point.
He said it's about 13 million of them. They struggling right now with a couple 100,000. So, yeah. But if he goes through with the stuff he's saying, let's not forget he spent 4 years in office before saying the same thing, that everything is rigged, and he did jack squat about it.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, we can keep on having this conversation about all of these millions and millions of illegal immigrants voting, but we don't have not one court case, not one situation to prove that, but we're supposed to keep believing them just because they say it. At least if they had some proof, if they had some court cases going on, we could all say, well, yeah, maybe, but we don't. We have nothing to make us believe that we need to create new laws to prevent something that they can't even show has ever happened.
That's it. I was thinking of the same thing when I was reading his comment. That is a great point, is that if so many illegals are voting, you should have at least arrested a few of them. I get you can't catch everybody, but I mean, if you got millions of illegals, you got millions of illegals in the country. Let's just say 1% of them voted. You should be able to easily show at least a few hundred arrests of immigrants trying to vote. And
that's at least 1,000. That's at least 1,000. We should be able to see 1,000 of them around the country. We should be able to see a couple hundred cases. We should see the Department of Justice right now bringing people up. You know how they like to put people on display on TV.
Right. They
should have these immigrants and stuff showing them voting or showing the paperwork. Nothing.
Yeah.
We just on a trust me bro situation right now.
Well, as 180's band once said, "Don't stop believing." I think that's the song. I gotta move it on, Cal. But I'm agreeing with you that all of these boogeymen that are such as people receiving Social Security benefits that are 150 years old. At what point do they start showing us the people they caught doing this? I mean, you can say whatever, all of these men and women's sports, and where are the actual human beings that are doing this shit? I mean, is it wrong to ever ask that you show us some actual evidence?
Hey, we could look. There's so many things we could say the same thing about, but your MAGA people, they're going to deny everything. But one last quick thing. Did y'all discuss Trump backing off on tariffs on China?
Yes,
we already discussed that.
Well, China. He didn't back off on the tariffs from China.
Yes, he did.
When?
He backed off about 40% of the things that was on that list of China. Electronics.
Oh yeah. I heard. We haven't. I heard that today. I was on my walk. Yeah, a lot of like cell phones and shit like that. I did hear that, but that's not going to stop food. Like a lot of farmers, sending crops and soybean. I mean, it's still going to hurt a lot of people. But I did hear that.
No doubt. But I'm saying that slowly but surely, all of his tariff talk is bullshit. All of it's bullshit. He's backing off of it not because it's not working. It's because people around him are telling him. All of his rich friends are telling him. Even his businesses that need people. Now they're gonna do the thing with farm workers and keeping them in the country. Now they're doing selective things with the tariffs. That's what we've been saying in the first place.
He ain't losing he don't seem to be losing no supporters though, Denkai. He's doing this stuff. MAGA's very happy that he's doing it, but then when he has to retract it, MAGA's like, okay, all right, he had to retract it. He's not losing any supporters. I don't get it.
I'm not talking about the support.
I know, I get it.
We just painting a bigger picture of what's happening in the country. And it's not what he said was going to happen. He tried to do a lot of stuff. Where's all of these millions of people getting deported? They having a hard time deporting one dude, and they trying to find out where the hell he at. They don't even have enough people to deport, and he's already changing his mind about hotel workers, which he benefits from, farm workers, which I'm sure some of the bigger farmers in the country told him, hey, we can't operate. So all of the stuff he's doing is bullshit.
The way you're making it sound is kind of embarrassing. It really is. You're making it sound like we don't know what the hell we doing over here on this continent. Like we don't know. We doing this and then we change it, kind of like the Katy Perry song, you're hot, then you're cold. I mean, that's what you making it sound.
When the Secretary of Education is on TV talking about she doesn't even understand what AI is. She read it on a piece of paper and it says A1, and she says, we need our kids to have more A1.
She thinking we talking about steak sauce? I gotta go.
All right. That's DEI.
Yeah, no shit. A1 steak sauce. I gotta go. All right. Moving on with the program. Jesus Christ. But it is, somebody asked me, is Denkel white? Draco, no, he is not. He is a veteran. He is a person of color. God. But A1, wow. How do you not know what AI, artificial intelligence, is by now? I mean, it's all over the damn place. Trump cannot save in... What does that say? I can't see the last of that. Oh, Jesus. Know your president daddy don't know what the hell he's doing. A lot of folks think otherwise, King. A lot of folks believe that Trump, has a solid footing on what he's doing in the White House. But I'm going to say if this was the Biden, Harris, Obama administration, MAGA would be making the same complaints that the Democrats are. I know they think that a lot of this shit amounts to Trump derangement syndrome, but if Obama or Biden or Kamala was making decisions and then going back and forth like this on them, they would be saying the same thing. I mean, it does look like he's acting from a position of uncertainty. Even if you think what he's doing is right. I was mentioning this with MAGA Reacts a little earlier about having a poker face. Make a decision and stick with it. I mean, when you're flipping, I mean, it's only been, how long has it been since he held up the board and began Liberation Day? Was that last weekend? How long has Liberation Day been? All of these changes since Liberation Day. That ain't even been 2 weeks ago. And he's made all of these changes. Tariffs have been raised and cut. I mean, it's insane. It does look like April 2nd. Okay, so Liberation Day was April 2nd. So yeah, we're talking 10 days. That's insane that he's all of those flips like that. I'll tell you this. Even if what Trump is doing turns out to be great for this country economically, financially, the way it's being done, it does make it look like you didn't really know what you were doing when you rolled these tariffs out. For you folks that may be old enough, I'm going to go all the way back to the 80s. How many of you folks remember, and I think Christopher Cross sung the theme for this song, The Greatest American Hero. He wore a red outfit. Christopher Cross saying, believe it or not, it's just me, the whole anthem for he could fly, but his flight was horrible. I mean, he could barely maintain buoyancy in the air. So, but he would save the day. That's where if Trump turns out to do what's right by America, he's doing it, yeah, walking on air. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. That's how the anthem. But yeah, if he comes out successful, that's what he's looking like. Like he took off like the greatest American hit. Like you can barely fly. But somehow, some way you are saving the day if he saves the day. He's not flying smooth like Superman or somebody. He's doing it like really shaky looking. You roll out a tariff, you increase it, you drop it. I mean, that's what he's looking like, the greatest American hero. Anyway, looking in the comments, he probably didn't expect for everyone to be calling him up for a deal in a week. I don't know if that's true, Goku. I really don't. If everybody is calling Trump up for deals in regards to the tariffs, why aren't you hearing that from their media outlets? Many of these countries have their own media outlets, particularly Canada, Mexico. They have media outlets. They're not saying that on their outlets. That's the only place you're hearing that all these countries are calling for deals is from the Trump administration. You're not hearing that from anybody else. I'm just going to submit that actually may not be true. I'm just going to tell you that. Until you hear from more sources other than just the Trump administration, understand that may not be true. It doesn't end, Tim. Trump ain't shit and is a meathead, says Will G. Meathead. Wasn't that a character's name? Happy Days or something? Meathead. Jesus, Will. Going back. Says, think about it like this. If you have Charles Schwab next to you, oh, I saw that video. If you have Charles Schwab next to you and you brag about how he made $900 million off the short, we have a problem. That was disheartening. I'm trying to come up with a word for it. To watch the market fluctuate the way it has and see so many Americans, and I'm talking a lot of Trump supporters as well, because rural America is overwhelmingly red. So farmers and all of these folks, the way so many Americans are hurting, whether it's small business owners, farmers, folks that are frightened at what they're seeing in regards to their retirement plans, to know that all of that's going on, and then to see Trump actually let somebody videotape him, video record him, whatever the modern phrase is, they don't make tape anymore, to let somebody record him congratulating somebody like Charles Schwab for making $900 million in a single day, it just comes across as tone deaf. People are really suffering. And you actually are congratulating somebody who already was incredibly wealthy for making $900 million more in a single day. And that was somebody else was in that room too that made even more money. It just comes off as tone deaf. This is very similar to the whole notion that we're going to have a military parade in honor of Trump in June to the tune of $92 million. There's a lot of people suffering right now. People don't been fired and shit like that. And they've been fired at a time when the tariffs are going to be costing more people their jobs. So a lot of these fired federal employees might find it real difficult to get another job paying what they used to make. And our government suddenly can find money to have a military parade. It seems tone deaf. That's just my opinion on that. Have you really awakened? Says Queen of Spades. I wasn't asleep. What are you indicating there, Queen? Tap the screen. I'm indicating that. Get us up to 110,000. I'll go to the next caller. Don't know what I just hit there. Yeah! JPT Farms. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that. Nicole Gooden, good evening. Welcome to the program. No one will discuss the Electoral College. The popular vote has been seen there. People in my life. Wait a minute. No one will discuss the Electoral College. The popular vote has seen 3 people in my lifetime win and lose at the same time. I don't know what you're meaning there. Hang on one second, Nicole. There went the super chat. Remember I told you about the EBE program with migrants getting Social Security numbers? Those cards say boldly that they can't vote until they actually become a citizen. The E1B migrants get Social Security numbers. Here's my point on that. If you're trying to stay under the radar as an illegal immigrant in this country, why the fuck would you go vote? One vote in an area where there's millions of people. Look, I want to get a job. I want to be able to do all kinds of other things. Why the hell would I walk into a polling place and risk getting deported for that? I don't believe there's a whole lot of migrants trying to vote. That is something coming from the Trump administration. But like my last caller alluded to, they haven't proved that. Gooden, good evening.
What's happening?
Shit, just hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So, do you believe we have an influx of illegal immigrants voting?
Hell no.
Why do you think so many Trump supporters believe that?
Because it's racist propaganda. Them motherfuckers don't even have driver's license.
Well, you can get a license as an illegal immigrant, though, can't you?
Oftentimes, I haven't met any. I actually told you I was housing, I think Venezuelans that came and stayed in my townhouse.
Oh, you better hope Tom Homan ain't listening. You sound like you might be up for arrest. Were they illegals?
And they were from Venezuela.
Oh, no, not Nicole. No, you about to be on TV in handcuffs. Keep going.
And they paid me $10,000 for.
Oh no! You sure you want to continue this?
Yes, but look, they're gone now. I had to put them out.
That ain't saying shit. But keep going.
But nobody had a license. They had a car. They were constantly getting tickets. I'm still getting tickets in the mail at that property from all the violations that they had. So you really think that they gonna go and try and vote? They're not even trying to drive legally.
Damn. I don't buy that illegal immigrants are really trying to vote in elections. That to me, that's the last thing I would be. When I went to Australia, and I was there legally and everything, I wasn't interested in voting in their elections. That was the last. I mean, it takes some time before unless it's something that really, really is concerning, and that's as a legal citizen. As an illegal, I'm not going to go vote. That ain't even worth getting deported over.
No, I don't think that they care about their vote that much. I mean, they can go probably get some food stamps and stuff like that, but outside of that, if they're doing that, no. So that's just ridiculous. But are you believing all the stuff that we were telling you so far? Are you seeing it like coming to fruition?
Give me some examples.
Well, first of all, I'm just so sick of the hypocrisy, right? Elon, did you see that he went and talked, he had a meeting with Bill Maher?
Yeah, Trump did. I heard Kid Rock set that up.
So Bill Maher came back and basically said that he's not the crazy, stupid imbecile.
That was I watched that this morning. Bill Maher gave like a 10-minute monologue on his, what do you think? I mean, yeah, he actually spoke positively of Trump.
But here's the thing that I found problematic with that, and here's the hypocrisy. Bill Maher said he didn't cut anything. He's basically gave it to him straight, and he told him, I guess about the orangutan thing, and he told him that was because he didn't like how he was depicting Obama.
Yeah.
And he understood these things. Now, he didn't concede anything, but he understood these things. When he gets in front of a camera, he changes. Yes, he changes. He does not have the dignity. He doesn't have the morale. Even if he's not a racist, the fact that you appeal to racists or you have people in your administration that will hold up Nazi signs is a whole problem. Like,
wait. You're going to get this from MAGA. Who in Trump's administration? They're going to want to know who are you talking about in his.
Elon.
He didn't hold up. Did he hold up a Nazi sign?
He did the little salute.
Well, he claims he was just saying his heart goes out to you.
Yeah, right.
I have to be to play both sides. He's saying he didn't mean it is anything harmful.
And I love the fuck around and find out stuff because his stock is tanking. And I had stock in Tesla. But at the same time, you are making thousands and thousands of Americans unemployed. Yeah. You have ripped off all the farmers, but most of them are Republican. But that was y'all was talking about earlier, how they won't admit that they regret their vote. It's a few that do, but at the same time, they are so willing to go down with him because of his skin color.
So you think race plays a major part in it then? So you believe that they're willing to, they're kind of almost willing to go off the cliff with Trump if he leads us in the wrong direction simply because he's a white man.
Reacts, right? MAGA reacts. Everything that he says he's going over the cliff with him. They have, and then they will explain, like I told you, him pissing in their face and saying it's rain. They never. Did you see the town hall on CNN?
No, I haven't seen it.
The town hall on CNN was.
Keep going.
Oh my God, it was terrible. They have no way of answering questions. They repeat the same talking points over and over again. You can ask them a direct question, and they never have a direct answer.
I'm under the impression that some of the leadership of the Trump administration has started to advise them to maybe hold back on some of those town halls because they do make bad video clips. Like, if you can do it via Zoom or something like that, do it on Signal. It seems like that's a popular app to use. But if instead of having these town halls in person where you got veterans standing up saying you don't give a fuck about me and you got to escort them out by the cops and stuff like that, might be better to kind of hold back on doing town halls because there's a lot of people getting fired in virtually every community in this country right now or getting hurt. So these town halls are not going to go well.
No, they're not. And I take it back. I do. I know there are some Republicans. That protest out there wasn't all Democratic.
That's a great point. People are suggesting you got over 1 million people coming out in every city all over the country. They were Democrat paid. Like, you really think all of them people got paid? Like, that much money went out to it's insane. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Them were not all Democrats going out there and protesting.
Yeah, that's not all Democrats. And there were a few black people, even though they told them not to go. Yeah. But at the same time, you got people that were probably driving Teslas, Republicans, and fucking around and working for the government. And you got a car that you can't drive. You got a job that you can't go to anymore.
Why can't you drive the Tesla? Why can't you drive the Tesla? Is the Democrats going to be acting up and damaging property again?
Now, I would really like to know the people who bombed those, because that's more Republican shit. They the ones that stormed the Capitol.
Well, we have set a few buildings on fire during an occasional BLM riot.
We have set some shit on fire, but at the same time, the people that are most emboldened to do that shit is Republicans. Like, they go to those town hall meetings and they want to whip some ass. And that's why they shut them down, because they know that if they continue to talk and let them get riled up, it's not going to go the way they want it to. Yeah. I'm going to go to one of the town hall meetings in my area and see what happens. I really want to see what's going on and who's in these meetings and what they're saying. Because
I wanted to say,
doesn't make any sense.
I wanted to say earlier in reference to you were talking about Bill Maher, Kid Rock set up that meeting between him and Trump. And I will say, from my own personal experience, because I've been to a couple Trump rallies myself, I wanted to see what the energy was like. Trump is a very charming person in the because I was there, maybe I waited in line about 5 or 6 hours, so I was toward the front. We was in like a conference room, big hotel conference room, maybe about 5,000 or 6,000 of us were in there. You talk about tokens. There weren't many people. There were some. There were some. There was about maybe a dozen black folks in this room. And something Trump said that I favored, and I stood up with the audience and applauded. And he pointed to me and winked. I felt that shit. Like, really? Really? I did feel that. He is a charming person if you get him in, so I can see where Bill Maher is coming from, because he shook people's hands and things like that. I could see how it might affect you if you meet with him in person. So
I feel that, and at one point, the first administration, I was battling with myself. I said, do I want to try to help this, administration like head towards the right direction? But at the same time, being who he is, he's from Hollywood, right? So he came up.
Hollywood, he's from New York.
I'm just saying, like, he's been a part of the celebrity lifestyle. Okay. You see what I'm saying? The parties, all of that stuff.
Right.
And being on TV and reality shows, you have to be you have to be captivating, and you have to say things, especially on reality TV. You have to say things that keep the ratings going. So he knows how to do that. He can't. And when he first started to decide to run, I couldn't stop watching because I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Oh my God, is this serious?" And just the stuff that he was saying, I was watching it and I didn't take it serious. And then by the time he actually won, I was damn near in tears. Like,
hold on, before you continue, I always point out a humorous comment. Mike in the comment said he pointed to me because he was pointing you out. There's one right there. So go ahead, continue.
But that's what I've seen him do that in videos. Tim, you're what, 6'6", a couple 100 pounds. You're gonna stand out in that crowd no matter what, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And then to give you kudos for being there. Here's one of my black people right here,
My African American. Yeah, he does.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would respect him more had he not attacked Black history, had he not tried to take down these influential black people that did things for America. And then not to mention, black people built America. You built everything on the backs of slaves, and you want to act like you want to just erase our history? You can't do that.
But then, but how do you respond to MAGA that counters that and say you can't complain about your history being erased when you're always threatening to take down Confederate statues and erase history of ours?
I really didn't care about the Confederate statues, but at the same time, he put them back up. Or he put their names back on places. He doesn't mind that. It's like, okay, I don't mind honoring the slave owners, but them goddamn slaves, fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, they picked the cotton, they did all of this work, but you want to give all of these people accolades for being slave owners. Like, how? You have to take the good with the bad. And are you going to close the Holocaust Museum? And there's several DC museums that give, accolades.
I don't think he's going to mess with anything in relation to the Jewish heritage. That ain't going to happen. It might be stuff in relation to the heritage of African Americans or maybe some of the other people of color, but the Jewish heritage is going to be preserved. I don't think he's going to mess with that. But I think wasn't he on TV right in front of Netanyahu indicating that the Nazis did treat the Holocaust victims with some kind of love or looked out for them? He said something. It was...
Yeah. He said anything. That's what the problem is. And then I think Bill Maher said something about him being an idiot or something to that effect. Like, he's not that an actual person. Why doesn't that person show up? And then MAGA reacts saying that he has to do all these things. No, you don't have to be unpredictable. Yeah. You need to be a little fucking normal is what you need to be.
Well, I don't think we voted Trump in for him being normal. Before I move it on from you, there's someone in the comments, Creed said, for a black female, it's against your religion to like Trump. Do you think that black females dislike him just that much?
Hell no, because there's some idiot chick on here, right? Have you seen the woman that they've been dragging? She found her tribe and she's Republican. And I've had Republican views. I agree with some of the stuff that they do. But this shit is just absurd. It's not against my religion. I don't hate Trump, but there's no way that you can tell me that somebody that makes fun of retarded children or, it's just, he's a harsh person to like when you come down to it. You have to have a lot of hate in your heart and a lot of disregard for the other person. So this black woman was talking about she's Republican and she found her tribe and she was down in black people. Oh, her son got arrested. Now, she's singing a different tune. She wants to get help. She don't want to call Trump or the Republicans to get help. Her son is probably facing like 20-something years. Damn. And people are dragging her. Do you hear me? They have been dragging her. But at the end of the day, why would you support somebody that shows so much hate? If he toned that down his second term, I could probably see it. But he hasn't toned it down. This is what I want to say. So the college students. We are losing our democracy. You want to take students that have protested and send them off and deport them and take their visas. What the fuck is going on?
Well, the argument is that even though it does seem like he's removing First Amendment free speech rights from immigrants, there are other countries that will not let you come into their country and speak of hatred or issues that their country does not align with. I mean, I understand both sides of it. Huh?
We have never been that country. You have been able to speak to or against anything. And to take that away is ridiculous.
Well, would you want an immigrant in this country that if they were speaking favorably of bin Laden, like right after September 11th, if they were having protests and saying America deserved it and things like, would you want that immigrant to stay in the country?
I wouldn't care. Elon here, shit. What?
All right, I gotta go. Nicole, appreciate it. Good talk. All right. Yeah, fuck Elon is over here. All right, moving on with the program correction. $2 billion, Charles. Damn, not 900 million, 2 billion, huh? Charles Schwab. That was the guy. Because I know one of them made some hundreds of millions. So Charles Schwab is the one that made 2 billion in one day. That was Trump in the Oval Office boasting that Charles Schwab had made 2 billion in one day. Like I said, that's just what did I call it? You're just not reading the room right. That's like tone deaf. People are hurting. You shouldn't be on TV bragging about billionaires making billions. I mean, it looks really bad. Certain states didn't require an ID to vote. And Goku, I appreciate. Now, I agree that a full-grown ass person, if you're a grown-ass man or woman, you should have an ID on you. There's no excuse for you not to have an ID. I'm 100% behind requiring an ID to vote. Now, when you start talking about birth certificates and all that shit, now you're going overboard. Now it looks like you're deliberately trying to make it hard to vote. I don't even believe there's a lot of folks that are voting illegally without an ID, like let's say a felon or something like that. I don't even believe as many of them. It just, most of the people that would do that kind of shit are not the kind of people that would vote to begin with. I mean, the people who are really interested in our civic process of voting are the kind of people that are going to go out and make sure they have those documents. People who want to be involved in the election, if they legally can be involved, they're going to go out and get those documents. I just don't think it's that big of an issue. And it doesn't help that the Trump administration has shown really no arrest at all of anybody doing any of this stuff, because it's a felony to do this stuff that they're claiming. Illegal people voting, dead people voting, folks, immigrants, all of this stuff is a crime. And when you're producing no arrestees it does look like you're making it up. It really does. Same thing. I always use the Social Security recipients that are all over 150 years old as well. That's also a crime. Where are all the arrests? I mean, this is why folks suggest, why the hell don't the liberals get more angry at the folks that are stealing from our government than they are at Elon Musk for finding it? It's because a lot of people don't believe he's finding anything. They believe that he's making it up. That's why they're not as mad. In the comments, saw that already. I want to continue on real quick here. Trump ain't shit, says Will G. Says, you expect it from a reality TV host and a Gemini. You got Zodiac side in there. He has two faces. And we can honestly now say, smelling like shit, Musk played both sides of the spectrum. Environmentalists, now supremacists. Wow, I don't know, is Elon Musk playing a supremacist? I don't even think Elon Musk was playing an environmentalist. He was selling electric cars, but he was doing it to sell cars. If the environmentalists believe that his cars are great for the environment, I guess you're right, he'll play them. But Elon Musk was just doing what was best for Elon Musk's pocketbook. He wasn't selling those cars to be great for the environment. He was selling those cars to be great for his bottom line. Goku says, if you don't require an ID, you can't bust people. Huh? If you don't require an ID, you can't bust people. I get what you're saying, but you also can't necessarily prove that anybody voted that shouldn't have either. I think the problem is, just like I was mentioning with Elon Musk, is, listen, at the end of the day, I think even if you favor Trump, you have to admit, Trump exaggerates. Anything coming from Trump that is numerical, everything from how much he weighs to, how much his crowd size was. Anything that involves numbers, you're going to get an exaggeration from Trump. He is not going to be, his golf game, I don't even know what he's like in the dick measuring contest. I mean, his shit is probably in yards. I mean, so anything he gives you that features a number, he's going to increase the number to his benefit. So I think that's where the problem is that you want to give him credit for doing things that are right for the country, but it's hard to believe him because he exaggerates. I mean, he took a mugshot when he was arrested down in Georgia, and he gave his height and weight, and it was like he was, what is the guy, Aquaman's? He was like his physique. I mean, so you really can't trust him on that stuff, and I think that's where the problem is. I saw Mike in the comments. I think it was Keisha, was that? Trump has 18 inches. Yeah, dick just falling out of the bottom of his leg. 18 inches, goddamn.
Whoa,
Michael.
Sway, I didn't want
Hey, 18 inches.
Don't bring me up in the middle of that.
18 inches of pink supremacy? What are we talking about here? But you do agree that he is known to exaggerate, correct?
Man, he exaggerates everything. First of all, hey, listen, it's 284 people in here. Let's get Tim up, tap the screen, share it live, get Tim up to 125 powwow on this.
I like that.
I think we can do that. Yeah. But you did me wrong by bringing me up into a fluffing topic. That wasn't cool. But anyway,
what we talking about? We're talking about. We started to laugh out originally. Looking at my damn notes here back in the day. The Trump economy. I gave 4 descriptions. How are you feeling so far? It's only been 2.5 months. So for the Trump derangement syndrome folks, yes, we acknowledging he's only been in there 2.5 months. How are you feeling so far? Delighted, optimistic, concerned, or feeling devastated? Those are the 4 choices so far that Trump's been in office. His economy. Are you feeling delighted of how things are going? Optimistic, concerned, or devastated?
I'm not gonna say devastated because I predicted it. Concern is probably. I got you, Andy. I'm concerned because of the impact that it's going to have. I think that it was predicted. I think how many economists were saying that his tariff plans was a bad idea?
Impact on who though? Because folks are suggesting that those tariffs are going to bring jobs and manufacturing back here, so it'll be a good impact.
Yeah, that's not going to happen to him. And the reason I'm saying the reason I said it before is because for Americans aren't going to pay more. They left for a reason. They left for a reason, and now you want to bring them back and pay more for it and pay people more. You can pay people more without doing it. These giant corporates. Listen, Tim, what they just did showed their greed. That clip of Trump standing
That's
there.
bad. Yeah, that clip looks horrible.
Well, so that tells you that, but that's who they are. That's who they've always been. I don't know why anybody's surprised. That's who they are.
But wait. Are we judging this wrong? CG in the comments asks, what president has ever stood up for us the way he has? In other words, he's standing up for the American people, and why the hell can't you see that?
Because he's not standing up for the American people. Those people in that room, if he was standing up for the American people as a whole, middle to lower class, those taxpayers trying to enrich them or change their lives, you wouldn't have saw the video you saw about the billionaires making money and the way he put it out there. It's just not a thing. So for whoever said that in the comments, it's just not a thing, Tim. But they don't have anything else to hold on to because we're watching this clusterfuck in 4K. That's what it is. China is saying, yeah, we'll do whatever you're going to do. We're not moving. The EU is saying they're seeking different trade relationships as we speak.
Yeah, I think some of them may know that Trump has gotten himself in a pickle, and we're going to embarrass his ass. That might be what you're getting.
Well, think about this. Consumer sentiment is the lowest it's been since 1952. Did you read that?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's going to get worse. They may start talking since 1920 before they're done with it.
So if consumer confidence, which is consumer sentiment, is the lowest it's been since 1952, that's the consumer. That's us. Yeah. It's not the billionaires. It's us. Yeah. So that number supports what I said. Right?
And the crazy thing is, it's that low, and the prices ain't even hit us yet. Wait till you start going to Walmart and everything's 20-30% more.
100%. And so CJ, the one that CG, I guess, said it doesn't matter, America first. That's how delusional they are. They think that it's good no matter what. No matter what we say, as long as he says it, and they ignore it all, then it's good. It's just delusional, Tim. It literally is.
Well, you're saying something. Will G on YouTube said something. He says, all right, that's how you know it's a cult in MAGA world. If you speculate how many inches he has as Trump bags about another man's package, MAGA ain't shit. So he's saying something similar. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't think we're going to get in a situation where MAGA collectively as a group is going to say, all right, it is looking bad. I just don't. It's going to be, well, he was trying to do the right thing and all these fucking liberals got in the way.
I know. I mean, again, whatever they're going to say, they're going to say because it doesn't even matter. I mean, when Trump was speaking the other day, he started trying to blame Biden. It's just like, and anything that he can sell. But I'm going to give you another example.
It works. It works well, though.
I guess it works for them, but here's the thing: you can't hide any of this. It's in 4K right now. It is what it is.
Are you hearing? Because I see Dennis Calhoun says Social Security communications are moving to Twitter because they're tearing a lot of that down too. I mean, do you see anything resembling anything near what he's saying? Social Security communications are moving to Twitter or X.
What I heard the other day. And it was from somebody that was talking about they were trying to reach out to Social Security and that they couldn't get through. And I guess all the lines and stuff have changed, and they're forcing people to go online to do everything, which is crazy. But it's just listen, Tim. Everything it is what it is. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Elon went from Doge saying they're going to fine $1 trillion in waste and all of that, and then now he's talking about 150 billion.
What was I gotta ask this? What was in your opinion? Because I'm asking what was the purpose of Elon? Because we're being told Elon just gave Trump hundreds of millions of dollars so that he could be the head of Doge just to make America financially great. I mean, a billionaire that just decided to give up hundreds of millions of his own money just to help out the average American. What was the goal of Elon in your opinion? Because that ain't normal that some billionaire is going to just give a bunch of money over just so he can make America financially great. That doesn't make sense. So what do you think the goal of this guy is?
What did I tell you the first time, Tim? It's so funny. We're having the same conversation, different background. If he invests that 280 million, 300 million in his campaign, if he's supposed to be so smart like they say he is, it was an investment. It was an investment. And he wanted to go back in and get those investigations out of his way, right? Through USA. That's why he attacked USA first. And then they're paying him $8 million. He wants to make sure he got his money back. What he didn't count on was the Tesla stock and Tesla taking a hit because of his actions. They didn't count on that. Yeah. But not for that, Elon wouldn't be having an issue right now. You understand what I'm saying?
That's what I see in the comments. That's what Takesha is saying too. He wanted to clear his name. If he had just got in there and cleared his name and not publicly made so much ridicule of firing people and things like that, he probably could have been a success then.
He probably could have. He probably could have got away with it quietly. And all you hear from MAGA supporters is Harris this, Biden that, Obama this. It's like, dude, your guy that you put in there is systematically blowing this shit up.
But they like that though. But Mike, they're suggesting that you were never going to get you're never going to get Biden, you were never going to get Kamala Harris, and even Obama were never going to tackle all these countries ripping us off. Trump is taking them on, which is a good thing for us.
That's what they're saying. Tim, listen, they're delusional. It's not even a conversation that they believe what you just said. No one else that is even trying to be remotely a center left or center right believes that shit. Nobody. Listen, I've talked to people that have voted for him in the last 2 weeks saying, I didn't vote for this. Even though they didn't realize.
But would they vote for him again if another election was held today with the same candidates?
I told you this before. I don't think so.
Really?
I think that I don't think so. MAGA's going to vote for him no matter what. Some of those fringe voters, like the Bake Boss and all them in the comments, they're going to vote for him no matter what. They like Fluffy. They like his texture. They like all of that. But the person that thought he was going to do something different, even the person that voted for deportation, but anybody that was talking about economy, those voters that voted for him based on the economy would not vote for him based on what they're seeing right now.
I mean, I see in the comments Captain Chronic 420, which is a hell of a name for MAGA. He says they absolutely would vote for him again. And CG is also saying he says, so we're supposed to hate the person that is actually uncovering corruption. In other words, he's doing his job.
They haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
He hasn't provided anything. And I hear them saying this, but this is the same guy that said he was going to save $2 trillion, right? Then it went to $1 trillion. Now he's like, at the end of fiscal year 2026, it'll be 150 million. He's going from 2 trillion to 150 million. I mean, billion, sorry. 150 billion.
Yeah. I'm with CG in regards to uncovering corruption. I've made it clear that Elon Musk could be doing something that's great for America, uncovering waste, fraud, and abuse. But unlike MAGA, I do need to see receipts. MAGA's just going to believe. If Elon says I just saved us $2 trillion, MAGA's just going to believe it. I think it's a great thing, but I need to see evidence. And I'm with you on that part. He hasn't shown the evidence. They're not showing us actual proof of what they're doing. Just like the whole thing about all the countries are calling Trump to negotiate. I don't see any evidence that that's real.
No, well, Tim, let me ask you this. What evidence have you seen from a claim that Trump has made? I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about period. What evidence can you say you can point to based on a Trump claim? Eating cancer dogs? Nope. The election? Nope. Right? So tell me, because maybe I missed it. Tell me a claim that he made where he's shown proof.
Oh, I have to think. Maybe some of the Hunter Biden shit that, maybe the Bidens were not exactly as innocent as they claim. There may be something there. I think the Hillary Clinton's email, when we wouldn't ape shit about the Signal and Pete Hegseth, it has a lot of similarities to Hillary Clinton's emails. Trump talked about that.
He talked about it, and then he said what? And then what? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's just so weird to hear people be so adamant about something they've never seen, right? It's just funny to me because what we're talking, don't even get me started on Signal, but what we're talking about is just buffoonery. It's a bunch of unqualified people that are using locker room talk to run a country and impact the global trade, and then act as if these other countries, they thought these other countries were going to just bend the knee and fold. And that shit has not happened.
I think Panama did fold, didn't they, with the Panama Canal? I think we did get something out of that, didn't we?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah,
I don't recall. But again, Tim, even that, it's like, and you said this 2 weeks ago. I'm going to remind you what you said. The next president is going to have a major cleanup tour to do.
A lot of apologizing. Remember Obama, the apology tour? That's gonna have to happen. There's a lot of relationships that Trump. I mean, just like calling Trudeau a governor, that's just an insult. I mean, I don't care what you think of Prime Minister Trudeau when he was a leader, when he was in charge of Canada. You just don't insult world leaders like that. So yeah, a lot of that stuff. Chances are the next president is going to make up for that, because that just doesn't help the United States out at all by telling Canada, you need us, we don't need a damn thing from you, and just being so insulting to them.
100%. 100%. So watch this. So Clay in the comments says 75 countries have bent the knee, right? Clay, can you reply and just type the source so where I can go look up those 75 countries that have bent the knee?
You already know who the source is.
Yes, I do. But here's the thing. Tim. When they say that, and then it just goes like it, you can say it forever. I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5".
Yeah.
I'm 6'5". You can convince yourself you're this tall motherfucker until somebody actually stands you up and measures you.
Right.
You understand? I mean, it's just crazy. But when you think about what we're talking about right now, how it's impacting, like J.D. Vance saying the Chinese peasants. You know, I don't care if they're adversaries or allies. So you're going to antagonize an adversary in China. Why would you call them Chinese peasants? Because the lowest thing you can call them is peasants. And he said it as if it was not a big deal, right? It's like, when did world leaders use this kind of language? When did world leaders act like that they're not supposed to show some level of decorum and presidential behavior on the world stage? That shit is gone. That shit is completely gone.
I mean, I'm assuming it's happened before, but not in our lifetime. I've never heard of world leaders speak. None of our world leaders, at least, speak of people like they do. But like I said, MAGA likes that. They like the fact that Trump is a boss, and just the bully pulpit. They like it.
It's crazy. I got two things, and I'm gonna let you go. Number one, Dan Cal was right. Linda McMahon did say A1 instead of AI, and then A1 went and put it on their Twitter. On their.
They actually took that shit.
They put it on their Instagram page and said, "quote You heard her. Every school should have access to A1."
Oh my God! So I'm assuming that's a liberal outfit. A1 steak sauce. They must be some liberals over there.
I mean, it's crazy.
My God.
And low carb Kimmy did say it right. It's going to take the next Democratic president 2 terms to square our relationships around the globe. 2 terms.
I've said before, because one of the things I think the first thing we need to do is let our, whoever, because everybody's pissed off at us to some degree. A lot of our allies are. We need to, once we get somebody in that wants to do this, is get Congress to pass a bill that eliminates the ability of one man to undo treaties that the United States has made, so that anybody making a deal with the United States knows that that deal has some form of guarantee that it will stay around. We're not just going to elect somebody and they're going to say what you and I are discussing goes away. Because right now, I don't see why anybody would make a deal with America. Trump don't get out of everything from NAFTA, the Paris Accord. He's talking about getting out of NATO. He got out of the Iran deal. Why would you make a deal with America when Trump has shown you that all it takes is the one dude to not like the deal, and it'll just throw it away? The signature that your country put on the dotted line is meaningless if you elect the next guy and he don't like it. That should not be allowed anymore. I mean, we need to, in this country, have it so that maybe the majority of Congress and the Senate have to agree before you break a deal. But one man should not be able to do that anymore, because Trump just got in there and said everything we've done is a piece of shit, and I'm going to eliminate all this stuff. One guy shouldn't be able to do that.
100%. And listen, everything you just said, it makes sense on every level, and even in your personal level. You would try to fix this if it happened in your life, right? Like, not one person will have access to the bank account if that's how they're going to manage the bank account, right? Or you're going to limit it, or you're going to limit how much they can withdraw on their own, or they need 2 signatures if it's a business account. All those checks and balances are in place for shit like this. And to completely strip them out of the process, because that's what they're trying to do, just strip them out of the process and just do whatever the hell they want, because number one, they know a lot of their followers will believe it, but the world's not believing it. That's the problem. So here's the thing, MAGA, here's the thing, Tim. They moved away from the election when they said 77 million people voted for him. Now you're talking about globally how many people are not liking what they see. And did you read that? It was China and a couple other countries. I don't know if it was China, don't quote me on that. But there was some countries talking about having targeted tariffs for red states. Did you read that?
Targeted? Wow. Yeah, I think I heard Canada was originally talking about doing that.
Yeah,
they talked about the guy, the he's like a governor, I think, of the guy who was talking about cutting off the energy, talking big and bold for a while. He talked about targeted tariffs.
Right. Targeted tariffs, right? For red states. So what does that say? That says that the world is watching us and they think that Trump and his followers are fucking crazy. Right? I mean, that's what it says. I mean, why target red states? And again, I'm looking for I read an article, but I always try to look for 2 or 3 sources where I can leverage that information. But I still haven't found, matter of fact, just so whoever said that in a comment about these 75 countries, the White House refuses to provide that list. I wonder why the White House refuses to provide a list of these 75 countries that are kissing his ass. Right? Those were his words.
Yeah. I mean,
and
as we talked about, Trump, that's one of the things Trump doesn't really do is provide receipts. I mean, he says a lot, and that's fine. It rouses up people. But then when you say, well, can you at least prove that? He doesn't really need to. Like all of these folks that are gang members that are getting deported, they haven't really proved. Most of the folks that are deported, they haven't proved it. I mean, we started out with rapists and murderers who are going to get kicked out of the country. Now we're all the way down to where he did have a Rome tattoo on. I mean, it's right. The bar has been lowered so much. Like, well, he didn't rape her. He did have a tattoo we didn't like. Oh, he did go to a protest he shouldn't have. That ain't what you talked about. You talked about rapists and murderers. And
matter of fact,
go ahead.
Why are there when they show us footage, why are their prisons so full of the very people he said they opened up their prisons and let them come here? Their prisons should be empty. Based on his logic, because we know it was a bunch of garbage. Now, this is the last thing. I am concerned about, I haven't heard an update today, so maybe you have an update. I am concerned about the well-being of that man that they were supposed to be bringing home, because
he may not be with us anymore.
Man, listen, Tim, because that judge was not playing. That judge was getting pissed. It was like, so you guys are telling me you don't, when she was like, where is he? Because they were stonewalling. And they couldn't answer that. She said, so you guys don't even know where he is.
They know where he's at. If he's deceased, they know wherever he's being held, alive or dead, they know where he's at. The Trump administration has probably already told them, make sure nothing happens to him, because we're going through a little bit of drama right now. We don't know if we're going to be able to leave him down there. So make sure nothing happens to him. I'm sure the Trump administration, but the guy may have told him, unfortunately, you might be a little bit too late. Yeah, you told me I could keep him. We already had plans for him.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling that way before, but the fact that these judges said, nope, he needs to come home. If that man is not home by next Wednesday, and that's a long time, because the president is supposed to be here, right?
The president of El Salvador?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's supposed to be visiting next week. So if he comes here and that man's not back,
yeah.
Hey, and by the way, if you talk next time you talk to a Trump supporter about this, these Venezuelan gangs, the MS-13s, these Venezuelan gangs, the MS-13s, tells you that they don't know where these gangs originate from, because
Here.
13 didn't. Yes, but I'm telling that, but they don't. That's my point, Tim. If they tell you that, they're just listening to that right-wing propaganda, because they should know that they started in Los Angeles, right?
Here.
So if they answer that question wrong, that tells you the level of research that they want to do, right? That they
I don't think
want
they
to
care about that. As long as the person entered the country illegally, you can throw them in the pits of hell. That's all they need to qualify.
I don't think that they care that they're here legally.
I don't think.
illegally.
Yeah, they brown.
If they're brown, then let them figure it out.
Yeah, if
You know
they
what
brown,
I mean?
if they brown, I'm down. All right, Mike.
Hey, 125K, we can get. It's 334 people in here now. 125K, we got to get Tim there.
Thank
Have
you.
a good weekend, bro.
You too, always. All right, moving on with the program. Wills, you must, I guess I don't know, something you missing in there. Mike, shout out to you. Thank you for the good galaxy. Appreciate that. Thanks for the support. I don't know something you were, I don't know where. You got a comment in here where I'm not able to quite interpret. It's something, whenever Trump talks about America, he is talking about himself. He thinks he is America and couldn't give two shits about the 349 million others. You think he that much of a narcissist? Damn. So when Trump talks about America, he's talking about me. That's exceptionally narcissistic. Will, thank you for the support. Trump ain't uncovering is all he is doing. He ain't uncovering shit is what I think you're trying to say. All he is doing is extortion and making the corruption under his thumb. It's not going to end, and it's not going to get better. All you're doing is saving MAGA from the embarrassment and validating them. Ooh. I don't think, in regards to the corruption, I think Trump is definitely doing things that if the liberals are doing it, they would say it was corrupt. Certainly that now is a good time to buy comment. I don't think the right would like that. I don't think the right would be in favor of a military parade on Biden's birthday. I don't think they would agree with that. He is doing things that I think the right is just ignoring because their guy is in office. I don't think they would like any of that stuff. Just like when Obama was in office, he was playing golf too much. When Obama was in office, way too much golf. Trump's in office, golfing don't even seem to matter anymore. So there are definitely some levels of visual hypocrisy that you can clearly see, and that's definitely one of them. Real quick though, before I move on, all Trump is doing is remixing everything under his name, image, and likeliness. I tell you, he has an NIL deal. You said that before, and MAGA is getting a monthly sponsorship in check. I don't think MAGA's getting anything financially out of it. You're saying Trump has an NIL deal. Yeah. I think what benefits of MAGA is he is sticking it to the liberals really good. And that's something that MAGA is celebrating. But I don't think that that they're benefiting to any significant degree. I've mentioned this before in the program. I think a lot of things that Trump is doing that MAGA is favoring are ceremonial. Like protecting women's sports, so that biological males can't play in women's sports. That's something that MAGA is really championing. They like that. That's fine. But that's ceremonial. It's not changing the life of the average American at all. I mean, how many of us have a daughter that is playing in sports in school and a biological male is playing? I mean, it's affecting virtually no one. But the right loves it because Trump protected women's sports. Okay, you protected them from something that really ain't happening. But they like it. They like it. I mean, it's kind of like passing a law that requires the city respond in a timely manner in Miami to snowstorms. Sounds great. We don't ever have to worry about the streets being clogged up with snow should we have a storm in Miami. It's not going to happen. And that's very similar to what's going on here. Biological males in women's sports is affecting virtually nobody. Sticking it to the libs also, anything transgender related has become difficult. Up to and including the government no longer even recognizes your ability to transition. The right loves that. So he is sticking it to the liberals in many ways. But as I stated, it's ceremonial celebration. You're just celebrating because you like that he's sticking it to the liberals. But it's not affecting the lives of MAGA at all. Most of this stuff is not really affecting them at all. If you want to not make Chicago a sanctuary city, for instance, Sounds great. We don't need these illegal immigrants in this country. You live in Montana. Him getting immigrants out of Chicago, it's meaningless to you. But you just like to know that they can't come in our country and hang out in Chicago. Ceremonial. Doesn't change your life at all. You're still going to do everything you were doing yesterday in Montana. You got to do it tomorrow. But it makes you happy to know it's happening. That's what most of Trump's accomplishments so far are about. It's just stuff that is not really affecting the average supporter, but it's pissing off the liberals. You get your libtards crying and all of that, and they like it. So it is what it is. Submit to the Russian flag, says Dimitri. Damn. Dimitri must be a Trump supporter. You sure that ain't Tucker in here? I think he is talking this stuff to get more likes and more comments. This is hilarious. CG, I wish you'd come on up, CG. I will bring you up. We can talk it out. You can look, I believe in free speech. So understand the regardless of what your politics are, you can be critical of the host in any way, fashion, or form. If the app will let you say it, the hell so will I. So MAGA is allowed to speak here. When we say we're MAGA friendly, damn it, we mean it. We've always been that way. So CG, come on up. We'll bring you up and you can tell me what I'm getting wrong. Until then, we'll go to Takesha Bowie. Good evening, Takesha.
Hey, my man.
Oh, shit. Your man don't know what the hell he's talking about, says CG. I'm just doing it for comments and likes.
That's most of the time, Tim. You don't know what you're talking about. Listen, Tim.
No help at all.
Tim.
Yes.
Trump will be Boys to Men before China will be.
Explain.
Down on bending knee. Because what China is not finna do is back off from anything. And the fact that Donald Trump came back and said that he gonna take the tariffs off of the cell phones and all that, you're already backing down Trump. But you done told all your supporters that tariffs are necessary. So if they necessary, Tim, why are you backing off from them?
Yeah, and he said the same thing when it came to the removing of the. Okay, he suspended the tariffs for 90 days. The day before he did that on the other countries, he promised he wasn't going to do that either. So it does look like he's backing off. It does come across as if he's realizing some of the things he is doing are wrong, or somebody cooler heads are prevailing. Somebody that he actually is willing to listen to is getting to him and telling him, you went too far in this area. Because he is doing shit. I mean, it's only been, April 2nd? Liberation Day was April 2nd.
He doesn't know what he's doing, Tim. I'm telling you. Y'all sit up and laugh and stuff, but Donald Trump do not know what he's doing. And what I told you is that we are his retribution for not voting for him in 2020. He's paying America back.
But what about the notion that he is playing chess when we're thinking checkers? 109-777 says, do y'all not understand negotiating tactics? So he is negotiating.
Do he not understand negotiating tactics? Because you don't back down when you negotiate. No, you do not. Trump is backing down. And for them to sit up and say, he said 75 countries have already reached out to him, they're kissing his ass. He ain't named not one president. I've never known Donald Trump not to name one person that's kissing his ass. So he would have gave us at least one name. He would have said something like such and so-and-so's kissing my ass along with the rest of them. He gave no name. They can't give us one country that has called him and kissed his ass.
And that's the problem. And thank you, Mr. Walter, for the fireworks. Appreciate the support. That's the problem is if you were one of those countries, let's say you're France and you're thinking about calling Trump to negotiate, and you see him on TV, one of your secretaries or your advisors tell you, here's a picture of Trump on TV saying that people are calling him to kiss his ass. Do you really want to call him when you know that's what he's going to tell his people you did the next day is you kissed his ass?
See what I'm saying? Somebody told me some 50 people that came to the table. Them folks ain't even blew no dust at the White House. Ain't no 50 people came to no table. Stop believing what this man telling y'all. I read other countries' news. I haven't seen anything about them coming to the table or trying to make a deal or any of that. You just cannot believe what Donald Trump say and take it as true. Because what you do know is he's a liar, whether you want to admit it or not. Ain't no other country called Donald Trump that make no deal handsome liberal.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. If countries had called him, he would be naming names. But as I stated, if I was thinking of calling him, and my advisor comes and tells me he's over on American TV saying people are calling him and kissing his ass, so if I call him, he's going to go and tell his people that I kissed his ass?
Correct. I'm going to come out and say we did not kiss his ass.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
it's just
I told you the other night, that's why he did it like that. See, if he called a name, then them people can come back and say, well, we ain't say that.
Yeah.
So if you don't call no name, then all I'm wondering, well, who was the country that did it? Because we didn't. So they ain't going to come out and make no statement.
Has anybody asked him in any of these press conferences to try to get him to name names?
For the names. And he said, I'm not going to give names. Because you ain't got none.
But see, the problem is, like when Ducey was interviewing, what was her name? Karine Jean-Pierre or whatever her name, Biden spokeswoman. Ducey from Fox News would have said, "You're not giving names because you ain't got any." The reporters know not to say that to Trump's woman because
they know not to say that to Lil Mouth.
Well, they know if they say it, they're gonna end up like the Associated Press. They're not going to be invited back.
Yeah, they know not to say nothing to Lil Lip. She ain't finna do. She get up there and she sounds just as dumb as a box of rocks every time she get up there to that mic. She's embarrassing us and herself as well. But let me say this, Tim, because I wanted to bring up Elon Musk. Elon ain't saving us nothing. What Elon did is got in that position when it stopped his investigations, canceled contracts with other
I heard about that,
and put his contract. Gave himself those contracts. So what he did was stopped his investigation and made more money.
I kind of wonder if what you're saying is true.
That's what he paid for. Because think about this. Getting a Social Security check when you're not supposed to is a federal crime.
I kind of wonder
because
what you're saying, what Mike said, Denkow, some of these folks that are suggesting that the Trump administration is a big grift, whether it's insider trading or what you're talking about, Elon patenting his companies and things like that. If the Democrats win the midterms, House and Senate, what are the chances we're looking at a third impeachment?
We're looking at a third impeachment. We're looking at Elon Musk being investigated.
So he didn't clear his name after all.
Not with us he has, but with them he has. And then, like you said, it was very embarrassing. Now let me say this about the stock market, Tim. I don't think people understand, like the guy talking about he's going to come back in 2 months. The whole time the stock market is recovering, the people that lost money, they're not making any. Because first you got to make the money back that you lost before you'll have any gain. So you're not gaining any money. You're trying to recoup what you lost. The stock market is not coming back in 2 months. The fact is that it seems to me like Donald Trump did that on purpose. Because after the market went back up, he sat and bragged about how these rich people made more money with no concern and care about the American people that lost theirs.
Mm-hmm. Well, Draco says you got the Beijing Gazette subscription, so you're reading your information straight out of the Beijing Gazette.
Y'all better try to read something other than Trump lips. Ooh. That's what y'all better try to do. Ooh. But see, that's all y'all read. Y'all don't read never Trump lip news. But I'm not a fool, and I know the man is a liar, so he can't get me with everything he says. So yes, when he say something, guess what I'm gonna do? Go try to find more sources to see if he lying, and 99.9% of the time, he's lying.
Yeah. Well, people seem to believe him. They're not seeing what you're seeing. By the way,
let me tell you something, Tim. Of course, they believe him. Yeah. He went around and he campaigned for 52 weeks, 52 months, 52 years, trying to get and bait and just pounding in these people's head and pounding in these people's head. That's how you control a man. If somebody keeps telling you something over and over and over and over and over and over again, you start to believe it.
Well,
and then it fries in your brain, and that's all you believe.
Well, speaking of believing, Christine Schaefer in the comments says, at least Trump is fixing this shit. So in other words...
What he fixing? What he fixing, Christine? What is he fixed?
I'm just telling you what I'm reading.
We're waiting on the answer. Let her come back up with what he fixed.
Well,
they keep talking about he fixing stuff, but they don't give us nothing he fixed. Give me one thing he fixed besides the border. Give me something he fixed.
He did fix the border. You're right about that. But
I could care less about that border because you know how I feel about the border.
Now, she responded to you, but I don't know what I believe.
Please, because you know I'm going to get her ass. What she said?
She said, look at your portfolio. Wow.
Look at your port ass. You know good well that man ain't fixed nobody's portfolio.
Wow.
People ain't gained no money.
Yeah, I can't believe she said that.
Did I just get through talking about the 401ks that you ain't getting no money?
Yeah, right now ain't nobody looking at.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's like the word. But she says, what would Kamala do? You think Kamala Harris would be doing any better?
Kamala would not be arguing with our airlines. Kamala would not be tanking the stock market. Your 401k would still be safe. I don't want to hear a damn thing about what Kamala was doing. Kamala is afterthought. We talking about the man that's in office now that affecting your life right now. Kamala can't do shit for you because Kamala ain't in office. Let's talk about the man that promised y'all a lot of stuff that he has not delivered on. Let's keep the topic on the president at hand. I don't want to hear nothing about Joe Biden, who at home. I don't want to hear nothing about Kamala Harris, who at home. I'm talking about Donald Trump, who's sitting behind the resolute desk.
Yeah. I want to run it from you because just like with Miss Mo Better, you undoubtedly get these comments anytime you come on. You already know where I'm going with this. Someone is suggesting, and this is Joseph Ellenson says you are a DEI caller. What do you think that even means?
It means that I'm a damn intelligent.
You're doing good. Give me one more.
DEI. Let me go. Let me see.
Intellectual. Well, you said E though. You said E.
I gotta get the E.
E. A damn.
Let me get a real good word.
A damn excellent interpreter.
I'm a damn educated individual, you bastard. Yes, I am, DEI. Thank you so much for putting that out there. Damn educated individual. Appreciate that, my friend.
Well, you might want to keep those acronyms on hand because I think if we're anybody African American, including myself, expect to be called DEI eventually. I mean, it's just becoming a.
And let me tell you something. If they weren't so ignorant, they would know what DEI really meant. So that's why I really don't entertain these people that say stuff to me on your show, Tim, because they don't know no better, baby. They weren't even talking about DEI before Trump talked about it. That's what I mean by MAGA. Nothing is a subject until he makes it a subject. They ain't said nothing about DEI. They ain't never known nothing about no DEI. Now all of a sudden, here come Trump with DEI. Here they come. They ain't know nothing about woke. Trump said woke. Now all on woke. Stop it. Get your own mind. Be an individual. Stop being a sap sucker, sucking up everything Donald Trump piss out.
Damn. All right. Well, I do agree with you, though. I had not heard of anybody really talking about DEI before the Trump era either. I hadn't heard of that.
They hijacked our word woke. Woke, we started that. Black people started that word. It meant to be aware of what's going on. Stay woke. Now they done turned it into something that it don't even mean. They tore that word up. Now they on DEI. And half of them don't even know what DEI is.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll come out next week and say peanuts, and they'll come out and talk about peanuts.
Okay.
Look, potato chip. Y'all just a potato chip. Y'all just potato chip. Well, what does that mean? You're just potato chips. That's what it means. Baby, please get it together.
Oh my God! You making me want some potato chips.
I'm just saying, Tim. They need to get their own man. Stop being a fool for Trump. Goodness.
As funny as this sounds, you are to some degree. I can't deny what you said, and I'd like to be able to do so when I can, but I've heard everything from Bird Brain to Sleepy Joe. You're correct. If he says something, it does take flight. There is no denying that if he calls somebody a name, MAGA starts echoing it. That I can't deny that. Potato chip.
They take a pair of Eagles wings and put it on a popsicle stick if they had to make whatever word he come up with fly. Like he said up and said, I said groceries. You haven't heard that in decades, have you? Groceries. Trump, you ain't made up groceries. But I bet when they go to the grocery store now, some of them used to say supermarket. Now they say grocery store.
Yeah.
Because he said it.
Well, more power to the man. He has the power to move minds.
The man got the power of manipulation and brainwashing, and that's not a good thing, Tim. I'm sorry, it's not.
It is for him. It's turning into billions of dollars.
It's good for him, but it ain't good for the person with the little minute mind.
I'll leave it at that. All right, Takesha.
All right, my friend.
Some of the shit you be saying be hilarious. Thank you for coming through. Always, baby. Potato chips. I like it.
All right.
Jesus Christ. You know when somebody, you walk out of a comedy show, you know when somebody don't say something funny, when you walk out and you're still repeating the jokes. Potato chips. Okay, all right, let me get back on track here. That's how you know we are headed for authoritarian. I can't pronounce that right now. Authoritarianism. You know what I'm saying. I cannot pronounce it for some strange reason right now. Authoritarianism. Is that right? You know what I'm saying. Can't be critical of the administration. Trump is making private firms represent him and bringing frivolous lawsuits to news orgs. That is true. And when you talk about him being an authoritarian, that is crazy that law firms that may have represented clients which Trump perceives as the enemy, like Hillary Clinton and things like that, he's going after the law firms and forcing them to do all sorts of pro bono work for his people. And they have no choice because he's the president. He's using the justice system. Remember the weaponized justice system that Biden was using? Trump is weaponizing the justice system against his enemies. So you got law firms that are being told, if you don't bend to my will, you'll be banned from entering federal buildings. So a lot of their lawyers who have cases in the federal building, they can't get in there to defend their clients. So he's essentially taking away their work. There's no legitimate reason at all to ban their firms from having access to federal buildings. No legitimate reason at all. Just by executive order, he can do that as a measure of revenge against any law firm that may have become a client, or better yet, that took on one of his enemies as a client. That is really wrong. And MAGA's not saying nothing about that. He is doing that. And they're not saying anything about it. That's all of these years we heard about Biden weaponizing the DOJ. That's a perfect example of it. He's using the DOJ to go after his enemies. There's no denying that's happening. Tim is having a Kamala Harris moment. Trump derangement syndrome affects speech, second on the list of symptoms. Really? I didn't know that. Well, listen, I don't know what derangement syndrome affects because I do believe also that Trump has Biden derangement syndrome. You can't put him in front of a microphone nowadays without him trashing Biden. Does it affect his speech? Let me know. Trump is the son of perdition. Damn. Yikes. Tap the screen. I haven't asked that. 130,000 though. I'm very appreciative of those who have shown the program some support. By the way, I'm in a position now where I can start having the program on at a scheduled time. We used to have a program 1 through 4, Monday through Friday. I had some family obligations, but now I can start having the program at routine. I got to start talking to the folks and seeing what's the best time slot. A good 3-hour time slot. I can mix it up with you folks and have you educate me and tear me down. I'm a glutton for punishment, but got to figure out a time to do that because the program's been all over the damn place. Real quick, looking in the comments. Infinity, the world has enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. That is by Gandhi. That's 100% true. And yet the greedy ones are the ones in power. He is the swamp. Damn. I thought Trump was going to drain the swamp. You're suggesting he is the swamp. Strong language. All right, let me continue on with the program. Thank you, folks, for tapping the screen. Get me up to 150,000. FIDDY. Tap the screen. I wish liberals would take an economics class, says user 448. I'm assuming there's plenty of liberals that have studied economics. You think only people in this country that know economics are on the right? Is that what you're trying to get across? Going back to keep in mind, a lot of the best economies have happened under liberals. So they're doing something right. You're talking about you wish they would take an economics class. A lot of the best economies in history have happened under liberals. Certainly in recent history, under Bill Clinton, Newt Gingrich helped. They worked together and balanced the budget. If you look at the economy from when President Obama was inaugurated in January 2009 to what he handed Trump when he was inaugurated in January of 2017, there's no denying the economy got better under Obama. So economics or something, they did something right. Going back to the box, we'll continue on. I see it was holding for a while there. King Finn, I think I hit it, if it works there. Can you speak on Kilmar Abrego? I don't know if we're going to get him. Kilmar Abrego, okay, Kilmar Abrego, I just did a video on him. Is that the one that's down there in
El Salvador?
Yeah.
The prison down there they wasn't supposed to send him to.
Yeah, he might be dead.
Yeah, they've already been saying, and crewing around to dude might be dead. So I want to know what is going to be the constitutional crisis? What's the constitutional crisis we're going to be in that situation?
You're not going to be in any crisis with MAGA. They're going to say he should have thought about the possibility of getting killed before he entered the country illegally at 11.
He did not enter the country illegally. That man had asylum. That is the
well, but he did come here. He gained asylum, but he was here illegally when he came in the country when he was 11, didn't he?
But he gained asylum, which means after the point of him gaining asylum, he's a legal resident.
They King, they don't recognize. Remember when Biden was letting they don't recognize the asylum. They don't recognize asylum as a legal point of entry.
Because these ignorant MAGA people continue to think that they run shit. That's the exact problem which is going on with all of the Karens are starting to get knocked out. If you look on the internet, you're starting to see more videos of Karens and Kens getting their shit rocked because they up in people's faces doing shit they shouldn't be doing.
What do you mean yelling? Okay. Go back to your own country. What do you mean yelling? Go back to your own country.
Yeah. Go back to your own country, and then they get their shit rocked and wonder why they got their shit rocked.
Well, I'm telling you, how long is it going to be before they start responding, though? I mean, they can get out, too. Some of them got 2A rights and all of that.
Oh, that's good, because what made them think that we don't?
Oh.
I mean, come on. Don't bring a gun to a knife fight,
I'm hearing you sound like you're talking civil unrest now.
It's been civil unrest. I've been civil unrest since George Floyd, so I really don't give a shit.
Damn.
You want to set it off? We can set it the fuck off.
Oh, don't bring out 1996 Queen Latifah now. Now
Rodney King. What you mean?
Yeah.
Rodney King. What you mean? Set it off. Stop playing with me. I ain't the one.
I had someone suggest that Trump wants to have martial law in I think it was Miss Mobetta. Might have said by April 20th or something like that. You don't see martial law.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Huh?
I wouldn't doubt that. That sounds something he would do.
Why?
He definitely does.
Why?
That way he can control the country. He doesn't have to. There doesn't have to be a midterm if he controls the country. He doesn't have to rely on Congress and the power of the person if he controls the country. Martial law literally gives him charge and in charge of everything. So why would he worry about Congress anymore if he has martial law?
So create unrest to prevent the election from taking place.
Hell yeah. What do you think he's doing with the terror situation? It's the same shit. He created a problem. He tried acting like he fixed it. Everybody, pats him on the back. Yeah, you're doing such a great job. You helped us out so much. You did such a great job. It's the same shit. It's the same broken record over again. He makes a problem. He pretends to fix it. Fucks everybody in the process, fixes somebody else's shit, and gives the rich people the rich keep getting rich, the poor keep getting poor. Period, point blank.
Why do so many poor seem to disagree with you, particularly on the MAGA side? They think Trump is going to make us all financially better off.
I've yet to see it. My 401k has yet to see it. Okay, nothing. I don't know nobody in my immediate vicinity. I'm talking about people within my company. Within my wife's company, within my cousin's companies, any of these companies are seeing any of these returns and gains. It's not going to gain.
Well, I had MAGA reacts just that the whole market is going to rebound in 2 months. So they're saying that even though the 401k market is going through a little bit of a rough spell, just leave your shit where it is, and in a few months it'll come back.
Well, how come Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't do that? How come Charles Schwab didn't do that? How come old boy was standing next to Charles Schwab and didn't do that? Because none of them did that. They sold, didn't they?
Yep.
So why the fuck would I leave my money in there?
That's a great.
Ran over and took. That don't even make no fucking sense. And MAGA reacts. I don't even know why you're even saying that dude's name to me. You know, motherfucking will that dude don't know what the fuck he talking about. Everything he says is cut with a side of sucking on Trump's nutsack. The fuck out of here, dog.
King.
Damn. Mention that dude to me, dog. No way in hell. And I ain't even just jerking. I'm not even just mad at Trump today. I'm mad at it all because it don't even make no fucking sense. This shit's ridiculous. It's been what, 100? I'm coming up on 100 days. And he ain't did shit. It's just like that Doge shit. What's up with Doge? What they find?
I got people though, man. I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying, but I got plenty of MAGA that will get that man an A+ so far on his performance. Why? How could you have such a horrible analysis of him when there are voters in this country that are giving him an A+ so far? What are you seeing that they ain't?
The truth. I'm actually looking at the fucking horrible shit that's going down when kids and parents are being snatched out their motherfucking homes for no reason. Students who have K-1 visas are being snatched out of their auditoriums, out of classes and shit for speaking their mind, which again is a fucking right in America. This is a democracy. It's not a dictatorship. He's playing with China, the plug. Can you go buy some weed from the plug?
The plug.
And then play with the money? You can't run off on the plug when you owe the plug some money. What the fuck?
China is the plug.
Here?
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
But what about the notion? What about the notion? Shout out stated he finished the wall in record speed. Do you get any credit for that?
Fuck that wall. Go talk to borders. Go talk to CBP and ask them how much good that wall is doing. Because it ain't doing shit. It's still people. You can watch Border Patrol right today on A&E and see how much fucking drugs is still coming through the motherfucking port. They catch tons of that shit every day.
But you would admit though, a lot of the drama at the border has been greatly reduced though. I mean, it's not as many people coming across.
Man,
very few, in fact. I think they said like 90% of border crossings have been eliminated.
Yeah. Okay. From which border? We're just talking about the southern border, right?
Well, that's where most of it was happening at.
We're not talking about the northern border. There are people coming through the northern border too. What about Canada?
Yeah,
There's criminals and shit coming through Canada.
Yeah, but you know most of the drama, most of the drugs, most of the immigrants, most of that shit was coming across the southern border.
How do you know that? Do you have specific numbers?
You really need to see evidence that most of that was coming across the southern border. You think the northern border was?
Yeah, I do. I want to see all the numbers. I want the fucking information. You damn right I do. No. You're not gonna just slide no shit on me and I'm gonna believe it. No, I need the truth. I need the hardcore motherfucking evidence. You're damn right I need it. Yes. I sure do. I'm not MAGA. I don't just follow. I'm not a fucking limit. I'm not going to walk right off the bridge.
I hear that. I mean, I'm not arguing with you for wanting evidence, but I think when it comes to the southern and northern border, I think it's a pretty known fact that there's more traffic at the southern border than there is at the northern border.
Shit, I wouldn't be so sure, dog.
Maybe now that Trump has been so gung-ho about the southern border, but under the Biden administration, way more traffic at the south.
If you can say, I'll give you this aspect of it. The bigger percentage of specific drugs are coming from the southern border, but it's fentanyl and shit coming from the north, baby. Don't get it twisted, because the Mexicans ain't making fentanyl. Okay,
Chinese are
making crystal meth. Okay,
yeah, I hear that's coming from from the Chinese, the fentanyl stuff.
Okay, so let's keep it real. That's what I said. Give me the numbers. Don't just bullshit and say, oh, it's all coming from the south. No, it's not. It's coming from everywhere. And again, we're forgetting the cardinal fucking rule. That only exists from supply, from demand.
Yeah.
The supply
I was going to say that. Yeah, I was going to say that. It doesn't matter what you do with the border. As long as there are Americans in this country that want that shit, they're going to find a way to get it here. We're not tackling the demand. We just keep going after the supply, whether it's cheap labor with the immigrants, whether it is child trafficking that the immigrants may provide. There are too many Americans that want the labor to pay less than they would pay you and I, that want the child trafficking because there's some sex fucking freaks or whatever the hell they are, and that want the drugs. So until you address the actual demand, You can play games with the supplier all you want. We'll just find another supplier.
Exactly. And while we're talking about kids, let's go down to Florida. And your baby boy Marco Rubio and President Daddy got it down so they can have kids working overnight at 13.
13.
Your President Daddy signed that bill? Your President Daddy okay with that? For real?
Prezi Daddy?
President Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, you know, when I heard about the 13 thing, I mean, we obviously know what that is. That's because of the immigrants are gone. And the blacks ain't showing up for these black jobs, so you're going to give it to the kids. Yeah.
Because everybody thought, all the black people just going to run back to those plantation jobs. No, the fuck we ain't. What made you think that? No, we don't want that shit.
I see in the comments, I think it says, but in the comments, Heinrich Greatest or whatever says, he says, I was working at 13. Overnight? You were at 2 a.m. working? 13 overnight.
Even if you was, you are not 13 right now in this economy, going to an overnight job where you can get snatched by a fucking child trafficker. So where are you gonna be safe at when you send your 13-year-old child to go work at an overnight job, which they can possibly get snatched at? How the hell is that? How is that making America safe?
Not to mention they must have dropped out of school because I mean that's
so
insane.
You're gonna go to work overnight for 8 to 10 hours, go catch 30 minutes of sleep, wash his ass, dress, and go back to school just to do it all over again. I'm
gonna make a man out of you at 13. Jesus.
But you know what though? Seeing for the fact that they finna get rid of the Department of Education, hey, that might be the reason. So instead of teaching the kids to be great and to have a fucking mind of their own, we're just gonna make them work at 13. There's no Department of Education anyway. Because if he does away with the Department of Education, we're not gonna have grants to send our kids to college any fucking way. So the only people who gonna get educated are the rich white people or the rich people, the elites, any fucking way.
Well, I did hear though that they are retracting some of their deportations and bringing some of these immigrants back in the country.
I wonder why.
Made a mistake, just like the same thing with the tariffs and some of this other shit. They're realizing that we might have same thing with rehiring federal employees that you fired. I mean, they realizing you're moving too fast and you're making mistakes.
It's just like RFK talking about, we shouldn't be doing these vaccines, but all of a sudden, just like Trump, no vaccines. But as soon as this guy got sick, he went and took the vaccine, right? Why the fuck we listen to RFK? RFK ain't got a doctorate to save his motherfucking life. Even his own damn family say he crazy. You out your damn mind? Out your mind? Come on, man. Let's be for real with the shit.
They definitely said that.
With these tariffs, man. Come on, stop, dog.
Is there any chance at all that the tariffs turn out to be the right thing for America?
No, man. I just want to know how you gonna run off on the plug and come back and try to get them. I don't get it. If you cannot run off on the plug and then negotiate a price after you owe him for a brick. That ain't how it works. It's not how it works.
You know what I'm hearing when you saying that? Your price is way too high. You need to cut it. I gotta go, King. Always a pleasure. Thank you for coming through, man. Appreciate it.
Peace.
All right. Your price is way too high. You need to cut it. After Trump, every loophole in the law would be fixed. Says, I can't pronounce the name, number 10 says, after, I do believe that there could be some of that. I said that if he had lost in 2016, in 2024, I said if he loses, you're going to have a bunch of anti-Trump laws passed because Trump has been really good at pushing the envelope and exploiting loopholes, or in some cases, just making new ones. I really do believe that once Trump is gone, to prevent something like this from potentially happening again, they're going to be passing law. And I believe that, even on the right, they would not want a liberal to come in and exploit the loopholes the way Trump has. I don't even think the folks on the right would want that. So, yeah, it would not surprise me if after Trump, everything from, the way he handled the 2020 election on down. Because they already passed that law. Because Trump was suggesting that Mike Pence did not have to call the election and all of that. I think they've passed a law now to make that more clear because Trump was trying to exploit that. And he's went on and on to do that, and it's worked really well for him. So I do believe that in the future they're going to be closing some of the things that he has been known to exploit. So that you can't. One man, I think it was Kanye West, to quote him, one man shouldn't have all that power. I mean, he is doing a lot from executive order, and in a way that some people probably never thought a president would ever do. Trump doesn't know what asylum is. He thinks it's mental asylum. Well, he doesn't. I think MAGA in general does not recognize the asylum seekers as legal immigrants because, I'm okay with immigration. Just come here legally is what you often hear. They didn't view the asylum seekers as coming here legally. Even though under the Biden administration, you were a legal migrant, that method was legal. Once Trump got in there, you instantly became a fugitive. He removed any right for you to be in the country, because you come in, you claim asylum, you go to a port of entry, you talk to Border Patrol or whatever, and you state you want to file an asylum case, and then they give you a court date or whatever, and I guess they take a little bit of information down from you, and then they let you on free into the country. For Trump and MAGA, that's illegal. To them, they did not acknowledge Biden's right to do that. So you were an illegal immigrant, even though officially you were here legally. Well, once Trump became president, he removed that avenue and made all of those folks that came in under the Biden administration legally suddenly become fugitives. They were all of them folks that came in seeking asylum under the Biden administration, they're all fugitives of deportation. The wall is to keep us in. I hope not, Will. Trump is going to be the new Gorbachev. Gorbachev tear down his wall. I hope he's wrong on that, and I say that sometimes on a lot of these predictions, but if we do get a dictator as leader in this country, that is something that dictators tend to do. I'm not saying that Trump's going to be one. I hope he does not. But if you live in a dictatorship, that is one of the first things they do. They make it hard to leave as well. It ain't just difficult to come in, for immigrants to come in the country. It's often difficult for citizens to leave. North Koreans can't just leave North Korea. They don't just let them leave. And that's how a lot of dictatorships are. You can't just leave your country. They make it hard for you to leave. So I hope that ain't right. He already is, Tim. What the fuck? Says, imagine that 12. How so? Biden bought votes by letting them in. How? A large portion of the Hispanic community voted for Trump. Biden didn't buy any votes. Maybe he was trying, is what you're indicating. It didn't work. And a lot of them are not very happy. But, Trump convinced the Latin community that he was going after rapists and murderers and some of the bad hombres. He didn't tell them that free speech and stuff like that was on the table, tattoos and all of that shit. So, yeah, he did a good job with the Latin community, but I think they've learned their lesson, albeit too late. Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. You're on mute, Andy. I'll give you a moment. There you go. Good evening. Hey, the tariffs. Any chance it could lead to positivity for the American economy? Damn, that bad,
No.
Well, I had a guess.
That don't even deserve an answer.
What?
Look, I heard y'all talking. It's going to take more than a couple of damn Democratic presidents to make it up to our allies. They're still not over the 5I document issue.
The what?
5I documents. When Trump took those documents, allegedly,
Oh, you mean the classified documents
a
in
lot
his
of them were
house?
5I documents, and they can only be declassified by the country of origin, which means Donald Trump had zero chance of ever declassifying them. And for him to say otherwise and take them back to Mar-a-Lago has caused some issues in the community.
I've never
and
heard.
I'm sure Mo Better.
I've never heard that discussed from that aspect. So you're saying those classified documents that Trump had in his possession, some of those documents could only be declassified by the countries that they pertain to. Okay, country. So he had like say for instance. Okay, so like say for instance the nuclear layout of weaponry in the UK. You're saying that they may have given us that to let us know where it's at, and Trump has that in his house, And the only people that can declassify that are those from the UK, is what you're saying.
Right, exactly.
Never heard anybody say it.
And they're not taking this very well. They don't like it. They don't like, they don't like him saying that he has all this power that he does not. And they just had a meeting recently and they left us out of it. Just wanted to point that out.
Well, Mr. Realistic in the comments says he had nothing of significance at Mar-a-Lago.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. It was enough for them to arrest him. So,
I'm not entertaining their delusions anymore. Like, whatever. Like, if it wasn't of any significance, why was Trump telling people he could have declassified them, but he didn't?
Yeah.
He could have, but we didn't get around to it. He couldn't have either. So it's one of those things they tell themselves to get themselves through the day. I've just decided, because they were all out here running around talking about, well, the stock market's going to recover. You ain't lost anything. We're all going to be fine. But now they're cheering the tariffs are gone. Like, they're giving me whiplash. I'm going to need a brace soon. Like...
Well, they tend to think, because I had MAGA react on, he believes the stock market's going to rebound in 2 months. So they tend to think that if you just sit still, well, I mean, this is what they believe. This is what Trump is suggesting, that you ain't lost any damn thing. Just leave your money where it's at. Let Trump's magic work through, and you'll be, there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, if you're really wealthy and you could wait till everybody else had to buy out and you scooped it up, I guess so. And since the market does like stability, as you said repetitively today, it doesn't like this nonsense. Not only that, I know Mo Better told y'all that April 20th. I know where that comes from. I'm sure she told y'all just weren't listening.
I heard her. No, she didn't. Well, she didn't say where it came from, but it's scary that she even gave a date on it.
When he used the insurrection, the Alien and Enemies Act.
Okay.
It ends on April 20th. And they're talking about kicking in the Insurrection Act after that.
What's in the Insurrection Act? What do we have to be concerned with?
I'd have to go look and read. I just knew where it came from. I did a quick search to see where that date came from.
The guy who's been accused of,
and it's basically the same premise as martial law. But I don't think it's as strict. I don't think it's as overwhelming all at once. I think it's targeted. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
The guy who's been accused
but I'm not going to sit here and try to bullshit you about it.
Yeah, I get it.
I just happen to know those two things are in play.
Yeah, the crazy thing is the guy, you're suggesting that the guy who's been accused of an insurrection is going to actually invoke the Insurrection Act. That's crazy. That is crazy.
See why I've been laughing all night? I've been sitting down here just rolling in your comments. Your last guest had me laughing so hard I was crying. I love Takesha. She's amazing. Michael is one of the most factual individuals I've ever met in my life. Like, he can just...
I like him. I like him. I mean, listen, I do learn a lot from them as well. I mean, because a lot of times they say things that it sends me right to the internet to research. I mean, it's that...
Well, go look up how many pale people were marching last week in Alabama against the Trump administration. And they might want to back off saying that those are paid actors, because those people who were their constituents are actually getting pissed off at that, analogy. Because they voted for them, they put them in office, they expect to be heard, unlike liberals. They don't want liberals to be heard, but they want to be heard. So now they're caught in their own catch-22, because they're not being heard, and Republicans are calling them crisis actors.
Yeah, I don't know. That is insulting that if you're going, yeah, that's insulting that if you're doing you're out there exercising your right to protest, and you supported Trump, and now he's all of a sudden calling you a paid liberal. That would be very insulting.
Exactly. And see, like, people like me, like with that new SAFE Act, I'll have to go figure out, because I got married at 16, whole situation with my parents. I don't want to go into it. But I got my Social Security card because, us older folks, they didn't just issue them at birth. You had to apply for one once you started work. Okay. It has my original married name on it.
So you can't vote with that. Yeah.
So I'm going, and look, so somebody goes, Lane, you just go down to the Social Security office. What Social Security office? They laid all the people in the Alabama Social Security offices down and closed them out. It's going to be so interesting.
Well, I didn't think about this. So
Three Alabama offices were closed, and I think they laid the rest of the people off at downtown last week.
So you may be trying to get the documents you need to vote, and there's no place you can really go to do this. So many people being fired. You may have to drive a few hundred miles to find a Social Security office that you can go to get a card.
What if it ends up being the truth about that Twitter nonsense? Like, if that turns out to be the truth, Lord help us all. Can you see Grandpa having to hashtag? And let me just put it to you this way. When you start dealing with Social Security online, you are inviting hackers to swarm you.
Yeah.
I don't think X can take the sheer brute force of the amount of people that would be hacking him over those numbers.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't think of. I guess I didn't really think of it that way. So, do you see?
People are not thinking this. We are opening up all kinds of soft spots in our government where we're taking out knowledgeable people from these positions that know how to run these things. All these computers that run on COBOL. Most of these young kids today, that's why the 25-year-olds don't know what it is. That shit hadn't existed since I was 25. That's how old that software is. And that software is running our governments, our local municipalities, our fucking hospitals. If you write COBOL today, you can make a fortune going to work for a hospital.
So, I mean, but the Republican Congress, can you, if he is wilding out the way you're suggesting, are they not dependable to do something? I mean, this is their country too.
Well, they're afraid they'll get primaried by Elon. And did you see what the hedge fund managers went and met with him and actually called him insane?
No, I didn't see that.
Said Trump was actually, go look that up today. That kind of bothered me a little bit. I'm like, oh, great.
They said that Elon Musk is insane?
No.
Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do think that Trump is acting more out of emotion and anger. I don't know if he has been known as being an economic analyst, all of the tariffs and stuff like that. I think that is based more on
6 bankruptcies. Elon had to be bailed out for both of his companies in 2008, and we're facing bankruptcy. Elon's blown up how many rockets recently? I hear Bezos is really, really stepping up his game, because I think Bezos, and look, I want them to quit telling me how Elon's helping me. All he's helping himself to is more government funding. Like the Sprint contract he just took away,
I don't, but it's interesting you would say that. And I see in the comments, Will says, fuck it, Trump screwed 6 businesses, let's all be the 7th. So he's talking about the same thing you are with the 6 business bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here's what I do not get is that there are a lot of folks who do believe Elon Musk, an insanely wealthy guy, just decided to give the Trump administration hundreds of millions of dollars just so he could have the opportunity to make America financially better off.
That don't make him insanely smart, does it?
No, because wealthy people ain't known to just give money away for no reason. But you see all the memes saying that Trump and Elon didn't take a salary.
If you can make all your investigations go away and snake all your competitors' contracts, you're getting what you paid for, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's I believe it was the investigations that Elon was targeting. But yeah, the notion that somebody that wealthy would just give away hundreds of millions of dollars to the Trump campaign just to make America better. Wealthy people do not just give away money. That just doesn't make any sense at all.
And I would like to point out that, I hear what they say, but anytime you have to resort to corruption, or it looks really bad, like that $1 million scheme in Wisconsin, you're just breaking down the societal democracy norms, which is exactly what Viktor Orban did. And y'all keep talking about a date. The date's this country's birthday when it turns 250 years old. That's why he's running this military parade out here first to see if we'll let that slide. And I'm sorry, but it looks a lot like corruption to me when he hasn't even gotten the money back that he spent on the Super Bowl, the race, the golf, and this military parade. Like, so we're literally giving up all of our services so the top 1% can have a tax cut. But we're not interested in fixing any of the loopholes that we complain about all the time that the rich get. We're not interested in fixing those at all. Don't you find that to be a little remarkable?
Well, they believe it's going to help the people out with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tax cuts. They believe.
I read that on cash tips. How many waitresses you know claiming their cash tips anyway? Huh?
So in other words, he's giving them something that they ain't using. He's giving them something that ain't gonna make a difference to him anyway.
Right, exactly. Because that's what he always does. He talks a good game.
I guess I didn't think of it that way. She makes a point that a lot of tips come back credit card and stuff like that. But if you hand a waitress cash, they probably ain't claiming. They probably ain't filing taxes on that. Yeah, they ain't.
I know. I was a bartender for 30 years. They figure up 15% of what you sell, and that's what they tax you on. And most of that can come right out of your tips that are already on your credit cards. So you are not saving shit. It is a scam. Like, look.
But no taxes on overtime. But no taxes on overtime would be good.
Yeah, but they're going to change what overtime is. So, I mean, he's always trying to play the... Look, if there's a loophole, that man will find it. And if there's a game or a... Look, he should have been a carny.
You should have been what?
A carny.
The hell's that?
Hurry, step right up.
Oh, my God. Like a...
Yep.
Like a ringleader?
Hurry, step right up. He would be great. He would be great. Look, all they do is shake people down for money all night long on the Midway. He'd be fucking amazing at it.
Well, I got to go, Andy, but he is indeed our president. That is the commander-in-chief.
You tell me the next time you hear him talk, if you don't hear hurry, step right up. Just think about that. Love you, Tim. Have a great day. Bye, everybody.
Always a pleasure. That is indeed Andy, folks. Yes, permanent. I say yes, government can't do everything. Skills and services are needed from the outside, but it's different when the outside skills and services are the government. Musk is getting the paycheck regardless. And I absolutely believe that both Trump and Elon Musk, who were both allegedly brought on because they didn't take a paycheck, they didn't take a salary, they both making a ton of money from the presidency. I mean, obviously Trump, just the fucking hats that I got. I mean, you think about how much merchandise Trump has made. MAGA merchandise alone is a multi-million-dollar business alone. I mean, you think about how many votes did Trump get in the last election? 70-something million or whatever it was. You got to assume that at least probably a third to a half of those voters have MAGA hats. I mean, so you're talking tens of millions of people. Many of them, like myself, have multiple MAGA hats. Trump was right about everything. You know, they got different colors. I mean, all of this shit. So just the MAGA merchandise alone, and I'm not even, watches and shoes and Bibles and all. He's making a killing. So the idea that, look, he didn't take a salary, he's not going to make any money, he's just trying to focus on making his country great, that's just not true. Fox News is running GetTrumpWatches.com. That's the site. GetTrumpSneakers.com. That's a website as well. I mean, and they're running commercials on Fox News and all of that. So, yeah, he's making, and then, of course, Elon, a lot of NASA, a lot of work that was done by NASA is being outsourced to Elon's companies. So, and then, of course, Trump is out there telling people to buy Teslas and things like that. They're making a ton of money. Now, maybe you may think that, well, so be it. They're businessmen. That's what they're supposed to do. Fair enough. I'm not arguing with them making money. I'm arguing with people who are suggesting that they are simply trying to run this country and they're not taking a salary. They're making a killing from the office. That is undeniable at this point. They're both making a killing from the offices that they're maintaining. So they're not taking the salary thing is a joke. So it is what it is. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 146,000. Wow. Got to do more afternoon lives, huh? Appreciate the 146,000. You guys have tapped the screen, showed the program some love. As always, you know we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor. I have a hard time getting MAGA on as much simply because Trump is president right now. He's doing things that are controversial. And listen, this program operates on free speech. So if he does great things, they're going to call him great. If he does things that are controversial or bad, they're going to call him controversial or bad. Even though MAGA appreciates free speech forums, they don't like criticism of Trump. So it's caused me to lose a hell of a lot of viewers. There's nothing I can do about it unless I want to just lie and always speak favorably of Trump just to keep viewers. And I don't want to be able to, I don't want to do that. If he's doing great, I'll take all the flack from liberals I can take, giving him credit for things he's doing right. But if he's not doing anything, if he's failing at stuff or making missteps, I'm going to point that out. And unfortunately, that does cause you to lose folks on the right, no matter how much uncensored programming you have. Because my viewers used to be mostly MAGA when I was criticizing Biden. Nothing I can do about it. I'm for Trump. I'll never stop watching, bro. RJM, I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, I really enjoy talking to MAGA. Anytime you see me, if you watch TikTok, other lives, other content creators, if they notify you of me in someone else's forum, it's always MAGA. I only go to MAGA lives. I enjoy talking to MAGA. Very occasionally, I might go to a liberal spot, but it's generally MAGA you'll see me at. So I love talking to MAGA, but like I said, they don't favor anybody that's critical of Trump. So people tune out based on that. And I just think you should be able to enjoy conversation with people from both sides. You shouldn't always just want to hear your side. But that's what I get. And I had some liberals that were tuning out, calling me Sambo, Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, you name it, when I used to be critical of Biden. You know, people like echo chambers. 90% of the people sent to El Salvador prison have no criminal record. That is true. I have heard that. I actually have heard that. That's what happens when you do not give people due process, is you can literally sweep them under the rug and make them disappear. What's really disheartening is that it is pretty clear at this point that the Trump administration has sent at least one innocent person to one of the most notorious prisons on the North American, South American continents, and they do not want to bring them back. They want to leave them there. I'll tell you my opinion why. They know for a fact that if they bring that guy back, they're going to owe him some money. There's no denying that. Just because you enter America illegally does not give the American government the right to just violate you in any way, shape, or form, such as sending you to a horrible prison when that's well beyond any of the rules or constitutional allowances of this country. They know if they bring that guy back, he's going to get a host of free lawyers willing to defend him. They know that. So if you leave him in El Salvador, you kind of leave that problem down there. But yeah, they don't want to bring him back. And that's hopefully he's alive, because if he turns up deceased, that's going to open. You talk about civil unrest in the country, there's going to be a lot of protests if it turns out they sent an innocent guy to a horrible, horrible high maximum security prison and he ended up getting killed. Because that is an innocent person. That guy does not deserve that. My humble opinion, probably very few of them deserve that. The idea that you could go to maximum security prison and all they have is a tattoo, it's insane. I get that if you enter the country illegally, you may not have the same rights and privileges as an American, but there has to be a limit on it. Damn, you can do anything you want to the person? There has to be a limit to that, which is leading Will G to say Trump and MAGA ain't shit. Appreciate you folks tuning in. As always, if you enjoy civilized conversation from all sides of the aisle, you're in the right place. I implore you to follow the program if you're watching on TikTok, a subscription if you're on YouTube, vertical or horizontal. If for some reason TikTok doesn't survive, now that Trump and China are essentially enemies, and keep in mind, Trump is telling people that him and Xi Jinping are good friends. That makes no fucking sense at all. Because the only reason we're having a tariff war with China is because of those two guys. That's it. Those are the only people that are making the tariff war between us and China exist. So him going around telling people that him and Xi Jinping are good friends makes no sense at all. But if TikTok doesn't survive, you'll be able to find me, the program, Clapper, Instagram, Rumble. If you have any of those apps, same name, Handsome Liberal. So if you ever find yourself wondering, we don't have TikTok. I wonder if that's still going on. It'll be going on as usual. You can call in on any of those apps and come right up as well. So if we're on Clapper, TikTok, or Instagram, you can certainly call up. Anyhow, I do appreciate you folks tuning in. I got to step away. As always, thank you for your support. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you tomorrow. Thank you. And I think I got it on